Hopefully, this is going to do it for us. We'll soon find out. And thank you for your tremendous patience. Very very maddening situation here, but we'll wait for the theater to fill back up, and then we'll get back to it. Hopefully, here. It's very very interesting how we're having to deal with this right now, but we'll get through it. And so as we wait for the theater to fill back up, I'm just going to play around here with some of the stuff that I wanted to show you, um, and see how we do with that. Um, Hold on one sec. And okay, hold on. So I'm gonna play around here with you, see what we can get done. All right. So you got that going for you right there, and let's try this.
Has President Biden ever been to the southern border? That's good.
In his life? I will have to look back in my history books and check the times he's been to the southern border.
We've been looking all morning, and we cannot find any record of him visiting the border as president, vice president, senator, or even as a concerned citizen. Why would that be?
I can check and see when the last time or when he may have been.
So it has been about 7 hours since Jen Psaki said she was going to check the history books for a previous, back in history, Joe Biden visit to the border. We haven't heard back yet. And so if he had ever been, and for some reason myself and the three guys from our brain room that spent a couple hours looking at this morning missed it, we probably would have heard by now.
So she has, that was back in September. Has she ever gotten them an answer? Is that
the VP mostly MIA since Afghanistan and never
how's this
was
sound?
Supposed to be. The borders are never went to the border. She was appointed chair of the Space Council, but never hosted a meeting. And the only jobs she created were child actors she hired to make herself look relatable. So do people even know Kamala Harris or what she's been up to? I hit the streets to find out.
Who's this? That's Vice President Kamala Harris or Kamala Harris. Your choice?
You have to say Kamala. Yuck, Kamala Harris.
Our lovely Vice President.
Who's this?
I can't even tell you who's that.
Take a guess.
That's the mayor.
That's Bill de Blasio?
I'm confused.
Oh, she the governor. That's Harris, right?
That's Harris.
Yes. I know it's his.
Now who is
Mayor.
higher?
Oh,
She's the vice president.
And that little girl was me.
wow.
What do
How's
you
this sound?
think about Kamala Harris?
Nothing.
What do you think Kamala Harris stands for?
Okay, thanks.
Herself. Unity, equality.
What has she done to support equality?
I don't know.
She doesn't necessarily know what the public wants. And that kind of plays out into an administration that doesn't really know what they're doing.
Please disperse. Nothing to see here.
What good do you think she's done as vice president?
Obviously not much because I would have heard.
What has she done for the people?
They doing a lot.
They're doing a lot.
Yes, they doing a lot. I just can't name everything.
She opened up the borders.
We did it, Joe.
What do you think she's doing well?
I just feel like this administration has basically destroyed Black and Spanish communities.
What do you think Kamala has done well?
Covering for Biden's ass.
I'm not sure. I really don't know what she's done. I'll be honest with you. I'm giving them a fair chance. Just let me know what's going on.
What are you waiting for, huh?
What do you think Kamala Harris is helping Joe Biden with?
I don't really think she's helping him with anything.
I don't even know what Joe Biden is actually doing.
We all do things every day as part of our jobs that get us where we need to do. I do dog walking. It's kind of what Kamala does with Joe.
If you were VP, what would you advise Joe Biden to be doing right now?
To pick up where Lincoln left off at and give the people their 40 acres of the mule.
You think Kamala should give people reparations?
Right, reparation, that's a new language.
Give me a price tag per person.
Let's say $1 million a year.
$1 million.
If you were Kamala Harris giving advice to Joe Biden, what would you tell the president?
Resign, man.
Come on, man.
To do what is best for the country as a whole. What is going to push our country forward instead of keeping it, for a lack of better terms, a laughing stock of the world.
Do you remember who I am?
From TV? Have we worked together?
Waters, and this is my world.
That's quite a catchy catch line you got there. How long you work on that?
Years.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All right. And we're back, my friends. Let's see if we can get back to where we once were. Here we go. Let me see. Bear with me here. Here we go. All right, my friends. So we are back to 800 folks. Hopefully, people will find their way back. The Facebook has been made public, and we should get back on a roll here in a second. Let me get to you here on the. This is such an amazing show, and technologically, it's just it's a shit show. Let me see if I can get us to this story that we were trying to get to, and that is the testifying the Merrick Garland testimony. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, I'd like to direct your attention to the easel behind me. The first painting is a Claude Monet.
I'm sorry, I can't read any of the words.
You don't need to. You just need to look at this great painting right
It's a very beautiful painting.
It is beautiful, and it is listed at Christie's for $700,000. Now, Claude Monet was the founder of the Impressionist movement, something I didn't know until I researched it. The second painting is a Degas. Another world-renowned artist, and this painting sold for $500,000. The third painting, you may recognize this name, is a Hunter Biden.
I don't recognize the painting.
The Hunter Biden painting sold for $500,000 also. Now, you may think that such an exclusive, that when Hunter Biden is in such exclusive company, that he would have a background, artistic training, for example. But you would be wrong if you thought that. And you might think that he had some sort of apprenticeship with a world-renowned artist, but you would be wrong again if you thought that. Or perhaps that he has been selling his works for years. And again, unfortunately, you would be wrong. It turns out that in 2019, Hunter Biden couldn't find a gallery to list his art. And what happened in 2020 that changed all that? His dad became president of the United States. Now, a single piece of art from Hunter Biden sells for more than the average American home. This art arrangement is so suspicious that the Obama administration ethics czar, Walter Schaub, tweeted on July 10th of this year, Hunter Biden should cancel this art sale because he knows the prices are based on his dad's job. Shame on POTUS if he doesn't ask Hunter to stop. By the way, Mr. Attorney General, this is the same Hunter Biden who's being investigated by your department and the IRS for tax fraud. Selling fakes or having a fake skill set is nothing new to Hunter Biden. When his dad was vice president, Hunter Biden received $50,000 a month from a Ukrainian oligarch to sit on a board of an energy company. What was Hunter Biden's background in energy? Nada, nothing, zilch. Soon after he and his dad got off Air Force Two in China, Hunter Biden became a private equity guru and assisted with a Chinese private equity firm linked to the Chinese central bank. You might ask what his background was with Pacific Rim Investments or the Chinese Central Bank. Nothing. With his dubious track record, inquiring minds might question why any art gallery would want to sell Hunter Biden's art. Well, this particular art gallery had its COVID relief loan more than doubled by the Biden administration. In a survey of more than 100 art galleries in New York's 10th congressional district, this particular art gallery received by far the largest SBA disaster loan. And as an aside, Mr. Attorney General, the member who represents the 10th congressional district is none other than Chairman Nadler. Mr. Attorney General, who buys Hunter Biden's art? Who benefits? What benefits do they receive from the Biden administration? The American people want to know. I've sent a letter to the Department of Justice before your tenure asking them to appoint a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. I have today sent a letter to you, and I am asking you now, will you appoint a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden?
Not for the same reason that I'm not able to respond to questions about investigations of the former president or of anyone else. I'm not able to discuss any investigations pending or otherwise with respect to any citizen of the United States.
Mr. Attorney General, I worked for the Department of Justice for 15 years. You are allowed to tell us whether you will appoint a special counsel. You may not tell us whether you are investigating or not investigating a particular matter, but you are allowed to tell us whether you will appoint a special counsel. And that's my question.
Well, apparently I just received the letter today from you, and we'll be taking it under advisement, but I wasn't aware that you had sent me a letter.
Okay, I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back, but I would like to first place into the record 2 articles. One from Vox, why Obama's former ethics czar is highly critical of Hunter Biden's lucrative art sales. And the second from the New York Post, art gallery repping Hunter Biden received $500,000 federal COVID loan, records show.
That objection? Gentleman yields back?
I yield back, yes.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Swalwell.
General Garland, you may not get these 4 hours back, but you may get some.
So Swalwell's just going to, he's a Russian, Chinese asset. So he's not going to give us anything of value. He's just going to continue to gaslight Garland. One of the things we are going to do is, let me take you there. We're going to do two things here. One, we're going to show you Mike Johnson's work today, which was fantastic. Let's watch that together. That we were trying to get to.
Millions of Americans are deeply concerned today that instead of addressing the most pressing issues facing our country, we're watching the Biden-Garland Justice Department be weaponized, that you are using your authorities now to advance far-left policies and attack Republican-led state actions and erode constitutional norms. The most recent case in point has been brought up this morning. Your memorandum directing the FBI and other Department of Justice officials to get involved in local school board debates. It concerns us that it was issued just 5 days after the National School Board Association sent a letter to President Biden, which referred to concerned parents as the equivalent of, quote, domestic terrorists and perpetrators of hate crimes, unquote. Given the timing of all this, your memo appears to have been motivated by politics more than any pressing federal law enforcement need. This is concerning to us, and it's worthy of investigation. It also concerns us that your actions may have been motivated by your family's financial stake in this issue. Published reports show that your son-in-law co-founded a company called Panorama Education. We now know that that company publishes and sells critical race theory and so-called anti-racism materials to schools across the country. And it works with school districts nationwide to obtain and analyze data on students, often without parental consent. On its website, the company brags that it's surveyed more than 13 million students in the U.S. It's raised $76 million from powerful investors, including people like Mark Zuckerberg, just since 2017. My first question is this. Are you familiar with Title V of the Code of Federal Regulations, which addresses the rules of impartiality for executive branch employees and officials?
I am very familiar with it. And I want to be clear once again that there's nothing in this memorandum which has any effect on the kinds of curriculums that are taught or the ability of parents to complain about the kinds of.
I understand your position on the free speech of parents.
It is
Wait just a minute. The question is, the thing that has concerned many of those parents that are showing up at these school board meetings, the very basis of their objection and their vigorous debate, as you mentioned earlier, is the curricula, the very curricula that your son-in-law is selling. So to millions of Americans, I mean, my constituents, I was home all weekend, I got an earful about this. They're very concerned about that. Subpart E of that federal regulation says an employee of the executive branch is discouraged from engaging in conduct that's likely to affect the financial interest of someone close to them. Your son-in-law, your daughter, clearly meets that definition. And so the question is, did you follow that regulation? Did you have the appropriate agency ethic official look into this? Did you seek guidance as the federal regulation requires?
This memorandum is aimed at violence and threats of violence.
I understand that, but did you seek ethics counsel before you issued a letter that directly relates to the financial interest of your family? Yes or no?
This memorandum does not relate to the financial interests of anyone. It's against.
I take that as a no.
Memorandum is against violence and threats of violence.
Will you, Mr. Attorney General, will you commit to having the appropriate ethics designee review the case and make the results public?
This memorandum is aimed at violence and threats of violence.
I understand your talking point. You're not answering my question, Mr. Attorney General. With all due respect, will you submit to an ethics review of this matter, yes or no?
There's no company in America, or hopefully no law-abiding citizen in America, who believes that threats of violence should not be prevented. There are no conflicts of interest that anyone could have.
According to you, but sir, with due respect, that's the purpose of the federal regulation. We need objective third parties to review our activities. You don't get to make that decision yourself. It doesn't matter. You're the chief law enforcement of this country. This raises questions in the minds of millions of Americans, and your impartiality is being called into question. Why would you not submit to a simple ethics review of that?
I am exquisitely aware of the ethics requirements.
But you're not following them.
I have followed them and lived with them for the.
Hold on. This man, my friends, is exquisitely aware of the law. If he was, he would recuse himself immediately from this topic, and an ethics committee should be making that decision.
The last 25 years.
Did you seek an ethics review of this or not?
I'm going to say again, there are no conflicts of interest involved when the Justice Department.
Okay. According to you, I got that. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you are not respecting our rules, our constitutional norms, and the federal law that directly applies to your activities. This is a great concern. This is why people are losing faith in our institutions. They're losing faith in this Department of Justice. And you and I both know, as constitutional attorneys, that if the people lose their faith in our system of justice, if they lose their faith in the idea that justice is blind, that there are not two standards, that there's one standard of the law, and that every
Time of the gentleman has expired. Would the Attorney General like to respond to the innuendo?
No, all I can say is I
Innuendo.
agree that the rule of law and respect for it is essential. And I will always do everything possible to uphold that and to avoid any kind of conflict of interest.
But you will not submit to an ethics.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Mr. Attorney General, I'm right here. I was going to do another subject in my questioning, Mr. Attorney General, but I've been so concerned by the interjection about the October 4 memo that I'm going to follow up.
So, this is the show, my friends. I mean, can you imagine any better show to show the impotence of this administration, to show the conflict of interest of this administration between Biden's paintings, between Garland's son-in-law, and we also covered Garland's wife, who was working with the Brennan Center, which is John Brennan's think tank. There's a lot of conflicts of interest here. and this is going to be it's just they're impotent. There's no other way to put it. And I need to find this for you here. This is the video that they wouldn't let Jim Jordan play in the House. By the way, in the
board meetings growing
hold on.
more contentious.
So this is the video that Nadler blocked, and I'm trying to think of the congressperson who blocked it, who objected to it. Guys, if you know, please let me know in the chat. And by the way, I do see the chat in this new software, so I will be able to see you. It's yeah, Antifa's a myth. Yes, Lace, absolutely. So let's check it. This is the video that they were going to show Merrick Garland, and because this is the real story here.
With local school board meetings growing more contentious. Let's go. Please walk outside, sir. Attorney General Merrick Garland last week ordered the FBI to look into what he called a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school board members and other K-12 educators.
That followed a request from the National School Board Association for an investigation of what it called threats against its members, likening actions by some parents to, quote, domestic terrorism.
This is absolutely unacceptable in a modern democracy for the Attorney General of the United States to sic the FBI on parents concerned about their children's education, to begin to classify them at the behest of the National School Board Association as domestic terrorists is the end. It's the final line. It's the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Let's call it what it is. They are saying that moms are now domestic terrorists because we are standing up for our children.
CRT is racist. It is abusive. It discriminates against one's color. Just coming off of May 31st, marking the 100 years of the Tulsa riots, it is sad that we are even contemplating something like critical race theory, where children will be separated by their skin color and deemed permanently oppressors or oppressed in 2021.
2 medical degrees. No mom, no dad in the house. Worked my way through college. Sat there and hustled my butt off to get through college. You gonna tell me somebody that looked like all y'all white folks kept me from doing that? Are you serious?
I am not oppressed. I'm not oppressed, and I'm not a victim. I have 3 children. They are not oppressed either, although they are victims. Racism in America would by and large be dead today if it were not for certain people and institutions keeping it on life support. Sadly, one of those institutions is the American education system.
I have personally heard teachers teaching CRT, and we have had an assembly shut down because Duval County Public School System consultant thought it would be a great idea to separate students by race. This is unacceptable.
My child is 5 years old. All she should be thinking about is Barbie dolls and going to the pool with my wife and wrestling with her daddy. And I'm being told that I'm going to send my child to school and she's going to be taught about the color of her skin.
My 5-year-old is being peddled transgender books in her library. Teenagers are being served pornography under the guise of young adult literature. Do something. Be a leader. Because if you know what, the citizens of this county deserve better.
I don't know about you, but telling my child or any child that they are in a permanent oppressed status in America because they are Black is racist, and saying that white people are automatically above me, my children, or any child is racist as well.
My child is not oppressed, and don't assume that. As long as you Marxists push your unconstitutional agenda on my child, she will not be returning back to Mountain County schools. You cannot tell me what is or is not racist. Look at me.
I quit your policies, I quit your trainings, and I quit being a cog in a machine that tells me to push highly politicized agendas on our most vulnerable constituents, the children.
This is not something that we can stand for in our country. And don't take it from me, look at the writers of these types of publications. Our ancestors, white, Black, and others hung, bled, and died right alongside each other to push America towards that more perfect union. If this continues, we will look back and be responsible for the dismantling of the greatest country in the world by reverting to teaching hate and that race is a determining factor on where your destiny lies.
This is that was a fabulous video, and no wonder they Representative Dean and by the way, that was planned. You know that was planned, right? That they knew that they were going to present a video, and she stood up and they found a rule. And Christy, if you have that, the bit between Nadler and Jordan, I want to show that because that was really, really huge. But this is, you know, 6 months ago, had Q and the military stepped up and fixed the election and made sure that Trump was seated and or whatever, how many months ago, 9 months ago, 8 months ago. Excuse me. We wouldn't have had what we're seeing right now with the schools and the school boards and the school and the teachers' unions and how they're sending our children back to school with masks on. The schools are crumbling. The administrations and these organizations are crumbling. They had to, for us to move forward with any kind of integrity on this planet, we needed to take back control of our children's education and get involved in our children's education. But you know what? They don't want us involved in our children's education, at least not the public school system, not the teachers' unions, because they want to slip in their agenda. They want to slip in their politics. And they have an agenda, and it is socialism, and it is a breakdown of the American family, of the global family, and it's also a separation of us by race and by sex, and confusing our children about all of these things. Our children are the most innocent, and we're masking them and sending them to school. We need to wake the fuck up and stop this nonsense. It is child abuse and is indoctrinating from the word go. And it's tragic. And it's tragic. And now you've got moms and dads that are waking up and speaking out, of all colors, of all races. And now you have this jackass in the DOJ, Merrick Garland, whose son is benefiting from these things, whose wife is benefiting from these things, and won't submit to an ethics panel, and instead tells us what he's going to do, and that he's not, that it doesn't involve that. He's an attorney. If he was being picked on a jury like Ghislaine Maxwell's jury or what have you, and the topic was CRT, he would immediately have to recuse himself or be disqualified from the jury because of a conflict of interest. Every way you go, the Biden story, conflict of interest. If it wasn't so blatantly in our face as it is today, they wouldn't be waking up so many people so quickly. Keep just asking the questions of your family members or what have you. Say, what do you think about critical race theory? Do you know much about it? What do you think about exposing our children to transgenders and pornography at a very, very young age? What do you think about the fact that all these parents are standing up and challenging these things in their school boards? Start getting people to think with questions, Socratically. Start asking questions and try to get, not even expecting an answer. Huh. I wonder why they're pushing CRT so hard, and why is, Garland's son involved, making $12 million a year, and he's not going to pass it through an ethics committee? Huh. Okay. So this is what's waking people up. Just ask the question. See what they're doing. See what they come back with. Don't even expect an answer, right? Just drop the question and walk away. Let's see. This is we gotta see some of this, folks, because honestly, this is really important stuff, because we're being shown the faux president.
I commuted every single day for 36 years as Vice President of the United States. After my wife and daughter were killed, I went home to see my family. Never stopped. I'd ride every day. I commuted every single day for 36 years as Vice President of the United States. After my wife and daughter were killed, I went home to see my family. Never stopped.
What an incoherent and inaccurate speech.
We will take literally millions of automobiles off the road, saving tens of millions of barrels of oil.
Wow.
We will take literally millions of automobiles off the road, saving tens of millions of barrels of oil.
Where are we going to put those millions of cars off the roads, Joe? Where are we going to put them? You're going to put them in the dumpster. You're going to take them prematurely off the planet, off the roads, and so you can replace them with something else that is manufactured with oil. And you're going to waste something that's perfectly, usable and could last another 5, 6, 10 years with something that probably wouldn't last that long. And now you're talking about not one car on that we have to deal with that was manufactured with oil, that was manufactured with steel, which is dug with oil, the elements, the plastics that were created with oil, the batteries that were created with lithium mining, open pit mining. So if you're talking about bringing in electric cars, and then you're going to take one off the road that's already been built and already been manufactured and all that. And this is an environmental decision that it makes sense. Folks, just imagine, you gave the government control over to Monty Python's Flying Circus or SCTV. And their job was to just make it so absurd that no one would believe it. That's what we're watching. That's what we're watching. It's never been clearer to me that we are watching a show. We are watching something that is meant to communicate something to us. What is it? What is it communicating? What is happening to our population that we are left to wonder what the hell's going on? What are they trying to tell us? All right. They're trying to tell us that, this is not real. This is not real. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. I want to share this with you. This is from Barbara Russler in Washington State. Constructive notice and warning to all Washington State employers. Notice to principal is notice to all agents, and notice to agent is notice to all principals. Okay. This is a legal document that I think if you take to a lawyer in your state or just change it with your state laws, you might have some success with this. She lost her job and she was rehired. She regained her job. She was told to show up because she presented them with this. To all employers and all business owners and to whom it may concern, this legal information flyer is meant to provide you advanced, constructive, and actual legal notice that I am under no legal obligation to wear a mask or be vaccinated for the COVID-19 virus or PCR tested in your place of business, which is a place of public accommodation. Under both federal laws, the numbers there, and Washington state law, as codified as with these numbers, it is undisputed that there is no statute or law in existence that requires me to be vaccinated, tested, or masked, or that allows any employer in the state of Washington to grant or deny the continued employment or new employment of any person based upon whether or not they have received a COVID-19 vaccination or PCR test. I have a vested constitutional right to my continued employment under the common law pursuant to these numbers. You can look these up. And Washington State Governor Jay Inslee and the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Kathy Loft, only have the power granted by statute. Hope versus King County. I mean, it gets very specific. If you're in Washington State, this is a done deal here for you. It goes through all this. Cannot illegally solicit or recruit employers to do something of this nature. Any employer who gives false legal advice is subject to being charged with and prosecuted for any unauthorized practice of law pursuant to these codes, or practicing medicine without a license in violation. This notice, if somebody's telling you you have to take a vaccine, aren't they practicing medicine? This notice is also to inform you that forced vaccinations or forced masking violates my constitutional rights under both constitutions, state and federal, the laws of the state, the laws of the United States, and the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which are enforceable via Title 42, Section 1983. So she got her job back. She got her job back. So give this a look. We have it. I think we're dropping it on the IndoctriNATION.com. If you go to the IndoctriNATION.com, just go to Hot Zone and go to the resource file. Okay. And we'll have that for you on the resource file if it's not there already. Okay. This is that's a very good resource file, folks. If you're having any problems with work, with being pressured to be fired, please check out our resource file on the IndoctriNATION.com. Okay. Speaking of losing their job, and I think having a hell of a case here, Pfizer issues official termination letter to the whistleblower, Melissa Strickler, who leaked internal emails from executives detailing suppression information from public on use of fetal cell lines in COVID vaccine program testing. Okay. Right. She was the one that leaked that they said, basically, we don't want this getting out there. We don't want this getting out there. Right. So via overnight mail, Pfizer sent it to Melissa McCarthy, I think it is. Let me try this. As you're aware, dear Miss McAtee, as you're aware, your short-term disability leave, which commenced on August 24th, 2021, ended yesterday, October 19th, 2021. On or about September 28th, you informed your manager that you were not returning to work at the end of your leave, and your manager informed you that this would be considered a resignation from employment. You also have previously issued or authorized other public statements that you are no longer employed by Pfizer. Accordingly, we have accepted your resignation from employment effective today, October 20th, 2021. If you have any personal property at the site, we will arrange to have it packed and shipped to your address on file. the first of all, this is why you don't walk off your job, right? You forced them to fire you. But it has also come to our attention you have breached your April 30th, 2013 employee agreement with Hospira Incorporated, as acquired by Pfizer, copy attached, by transferring and disclosing without permission documents from Pfizer's internal information systems for unauthorized purposes. Given this conduct is in violation of your agreement and applicable company policies, even if you had not expressed your voluntary resignation from employment, which we have accepted, we would proceed to terminate your employment effective today. So Pfizer Colleague Service Center, okay, not even signed by a human being, by the way. That's how these organizations operate. Okay, now, and this was posted by Project Veritas, right? So here's what I want to say about that, and that is that when President Trump gets back in office, I believe what he should do immediately is call for an sign an executive order that makes any non-disclosure agreements signed under coercion of your employment or your termination that potentially are allowing or contributing or complicit with crimes against humanity or deception against humanity that would lead to a crime against humanity. If an executive order was signed, all of the NDAs that people have with Boeing, with Lockheed Martin, with, and I'm not talking about like giving up information that could hurt us militarily. Okay, I'm talking about stuff like the chemtrails, the pharmaceutical, big agriculture, right? All the shit they're putting in our food, the employees that are looking, that are putting fluoride in the water and questioning it and saying, why are we doing this? And what it would do, it would be immediately free up whistleblowers to come out and speak out and say, yeah, they are doing this, but I haven't been able to say anything because I signed an NDA and that they could come after me legally, and they've got strong legal teams, and they could sue me they could ruin me, okay, and they could also obviously fire me and withhold my retirement, my unemployment benefits, my everything. They could just basically take them out, right? Okay. So this is so I think that absolutely has to happen, right? Okay. Here's a fun little video for you. You gotta see. My buddy Ed sent this to me, but we also have it here for you. Hold on here.
What are you doing? Here to do a little swimming. You gotta wear a life jacket or else you can't come in. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. Life jackets are mandatory. Mandatory to wear a life jacket when you swim? And when you're not swimming, too. Why? Cases of people getting wet are going through the roof. It's a scary time. Put it on. But that doesn't mean they're drowning. People get wet every day. It's part of life. 0.0001182% of all people drown each year. That's practically everybody. So put on a life jacket. That doesn't make any logical sense. I'm not putting one on. I know how to swim. I've had swimming lessons. Oh, swimming lessons? You think those exist? So what, you just think your body has this natural ability to traverse through water in a way that keeps your head up so you can still breathe? Yeah, it's called swimming. Never heard of it. Flotation devices are backed by science. You don't believe in science? I do. It's just, I know how to swim. You're kind of being racist right now. What? Look how his life jacket is keeping him from drowning. He's just standing in shallow water. Put a life jacket on now. You're putting everyone at risk of drowning. How am I putting everyone at risk? Their life jackets won't work unless you have one on. Does his life jacket work? Yes, very well. Then why would he need me to wear a life jacket when his life jacket already works? We have to protect the protected swimmers from the unprotected swimmers. But aren't they already protected? Yes. Very well protected. So they should be fine. They would be, except they're not very well protected because of you. Look, you gotta put one on or you can't go in. This feels creepy. So where would I get one? Oh, I'm selling them right here. You're selling life jackets? Yes, of course. So you're demanding that everyone wear a life jacket while you are selling life jackets? Yes, for their protection. And they have to buy the life jacket from you? Indeed. Don't you think that's a conflict of interest? No conflict of interest that I can think of. How much money have you made this year from life jackets? $27 billion. Seems like you're more interested in making money than keeping people safe from them. You're an anti-science, anti-life jacket, climate change denier. With cases of people getting wet going through the roof, I'm going to need you to buy a life jacket from me and put it on, or else you'll never have access to swimming pools, showers, rain.
Oh, that's a shame they cut that off because it was on TikTok. But at any rate, that's JP Sears, friends. He's fantastic, and he just nailed it there with that comparison. This is really important topic here. Remember, this is from The Intercept here. Richard Ebright. The National Institute of Health corrects the untruthful assertions by the NIH Director Collins and Director Fauci and National Institute for Infectious Diseases. Fauci that the NIH had not funded gain of function research in Wuhan. Okay. And they state that the EcoHealth Alliance violated terms and conditions of the NIH grant. Okay, so a couple things here. One, Collins resigned. Okay, Collins resigned. Why? Because, he knew he was in trouble. Okay, he knew that he was lying. They did fund gain of function research. Okay, and now they're having to correct that. So Fauci's still, has got to be hung out to dry. And then EcoHealth Alliance violated the terms of their agreement multiple times. Okay. And so this document is there if you want to look at that. But we're going to go down through this tweet. Okay. The NIH received the relevant documents in 2018 and reviewed the documents in 2020 and again in 2021. The NIH, specifically Collins, Fauci, and Tabak, lied to Congress, lied to the press, and lied to the public, knowingly, willfully, brazenly. Okay. Then Ebright goes on to ask, how many times can one grantee, meaning the company that got the grant, what do you call it? EcoHealth Alliance. How many times can they do this without being penalized? How many times can they violate the terms? Apparently, if the grantee is EcoHealth Alliance, the number is at least 4. Okay. Violation 1. No funds are provided. No funds can be used to support gain of function research covered under the October 17th, 2014 White House announcement. Violation 2. Should any of the MERS-like or SARS-like chimeras generated under this grant show evidence of enhanced virus growth greater than 1 log over the parental backbone strain, you must stop all experiments with these viruses. Violation 3. Should any of the MERS-like or SARS-like chimeras generated under this grant show evidence of enhanced virus growth greater than 1 log over the parental backbone strain, you must provide NIAID program officer and grants management specialist with data. They didn't do that. Violation 4. Progress reports document grant recipient accomplishments and compliance with terms of award. Progress reports are due the 15th of the month preceding the month in which the budget period ends. For example, if the budget period ends 11/30, the due date is 10/15. So they weren't even getting them their progress reports. Violation 5, effective February 9th, 2017, if the recipient organization has submitted a renewal application on or before the date by which a final RPPR would be required for the current competitive segment, then submission of an interim RPPR via ERA Commons is now required. So basically, they submit the renewal, okay, because other people are competing for this money, and they didn't even do that. They didn't even do that properly. Violation 6, NIAID defines a highly pathogenic agent as an infectious agent or toxin that may warrant a biocontainment safety level of BSL-3 or higher when submitting future progress reports indicated at the beginning of the report. Okay. If your IBC or equivalent body or official has determined, for example, by conducting a risk assessment that the work being planned or performed under this grant may be conducted at a safety level that is lower than this. Violation 7, when submitting future progress reports indicated at the beginning of the report, any changes in the use of the agents and restricted experiments. And violation 8, when submitting future progress reports indicated at the beginning of the report. If work with a new or additional agents is proposed in the upcoming project period, provide list of the new and or additional agents that will be studied. So there are at least 8 violations, okay, of the terms and the conditions of the NIH grant that funded this whole thing. Okay. This is evidence. This is evidence that they violated that grant. Why were they continuing to get money when they were violating these grant terms? It doesn't make any sense unless they don't have to worry about it. They're told, hey, don't worry about it. We got you. And because this was necessary. And the grant report was submitted more than 2 years late. And so they were even late with the report. So they got it without even having to have a grant report. Okay. This is this is unbelievable. So this is not okay by any stretch of the imagination, and it's all being revealed. Okay. Fauci lied under oath. Fauci lied under oath. Okay. And when he was talking with Rand Paul, and Paul called him on it, right? Because they did fund this. And so the NIH has corrected this, and now Fauci's he's going to have to be held accountable for this. Finally. Okay. Okay. Let me share this
So I just did something. I left. Then I don't like it. All totaled out, my total roster staff between 4 restaurants was 138 employees, which 46 of those have been vaccinated. Providing an OSHA and his unconstitutional tyranny, I have to be under 100 employees or require everyone to be vaccinated or suffer a big fine. Part of a small business, there's no way we can afford to stay open and suffer those kinds of fines and penalties. So what I do? I fired every motherfucking vaccinated employee we got, putting us under that 100 mark. Now I'm gonna take their average pay and bust it down and spread it out through the 92 employees that I have still left on roster. The ones that aren't stupid enough to let this fucking government run their life. Hit that hard. Follow some more.
How about that? How about that, man? That's pretty fantastic. The guy.
I am Mava Piche. I came to
Hmm.
tell the whole world what people is doing to the nations of the world. My son took the vaccine on Friday this week. On Friday night, he fell off his bed with a massive stroke with bleeding in his head. He was bleeding. He was bleeding from in his brains. This afternoon, I went down to the
I don't know where that sound is coming from.
hospital in Mount Hope, and
Yeah, that's screwing it up, but that's tragic. That's tragic. God bless her. God bless her son. Absolutely tragic. Man. Oh, this was the live webcam I told you about. Protesters claim the Italian police, Italian authorities tampered with a live webcam to show empty square instead of the huge anti-vaccine passport rally. This is what they were showing. This is how they showed it right here.
Questa se la Trieste Live Webcam, ok, dove mostrano la piazza Unità vuota in questo momento 20:30. Questa è la situazione reale. Questa è la situazione reale. Draghi merda! Ecco quello che vogliono farci credere.
Waking up, folks. The world is waking up, but they're not waking up because we're sitting around telling them they got to wake up. They're waking up because they're seeing this. They're seeing this for themselves. Okay. Important video with Dr. Madej with Stu Peters yesterday. We have it in here for you. I'm going to play a few minutes of it for you. And this is really important. I'm going to show you 2 Stu Peters videos tonight.
Well, the freshwater hydra is a pretty incredible organism. It's named after a creature from Greek mythology that at any time one of its heads was cut off, it would grow back 2 or more in its place. Scientists chose that name well. The freshwater hydra is biologically immortal. Its cells never age, and as far as we can tell, they never die of old age, only from predators or environmental factors. If you cut off a piece of the hydra, it will grow back. If you cut the hydra into many pieces, all of them will grow into a new hydra. And how about if you stick the hydra in a blender, literally chop it up into thousands of pieces until it's just a messy soup? Well, if you ball all of the pieces back together, they'll merge and become a hydra again. Not surprisingly, scientists are very interested in the hydra. Our government spends millions of dollars a year researching them for possible findings in biology, genetics, and medicine. But is it only research that's happening, or is something more going on? We had Dr. Carrie Madej on this show several weeks ago. Last time she told us about the horrifying things that she saw when she put vials of the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 shots, vaccines, under the microscope. Now she's giving us a first look at the Pfizer vials, and she wants to tell us the things that she has seen. Dr. Carrie Madej joins us now. You sent me some horrific slides and videos. I don't know what any of this is, so I'm going to rely on your expertise to tell us.
Thanks, Stu. Yeah, I'm happy to help. So I have worked with Project Veritas, an amazing team there, and they were able to work with a whistleblower from Pfizer, and through chain of custody, they brought forth some of the vials. So I have some of my own images, but Project Veritas will be, giving their story very soon, which will have so much detail, so much data. So please look for that. Anyhow, I also wanted to show a short video from one of the Johnson & Johnson vials that I was able to examine. And this, what I'm seeing in all of these manufacturers are synthetic substances, graphene-like, Also these nanocarbon tubes, the metallic flex, etc. But what I was seeing in this particular Johnson & Johnson was these round spheres, which were not air bubbles. People say there's no way they were. And there's many of these rings. And as time went on, they would get thinner, 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 expand out, and then finally extrude out some gelatinous material. I'm not sure what it was, but different kinds of things were inside these spheres. So they're almost like a delivery structure. That's what they were doing. Well, on one of these spheres, or these rings, there was an organism, it looked like, a translucent organism that went around and back and forth. I don't know. At first, I thought it was another water parasite, another kind. And then I kept looking at its movements, and then I thought, well, perhaps it was moving in a more robotic way. And we do have the ability for nanobots, very much so. I don't know if I gave you a reference for that, but they can put 1 million nanobots inside one syringe needle, not the syringe itself, the needle, 1 million. So this is a possibility. So we need to examine this and see what is it exactly, or is it part organic and part synthetic? It's frightening to know that these are being put inside of human beings. And now they want to put them inside little children. We'd have to stop this right now. These are extreme experimentations. The future of us is in peril, danger when we're doing something like this. This is not informed consent by any means. They are, trying to use wordplay and going around our human rights, the Nuremberg Code, and definitely extending out this emergency use authorization in the worst way ever. So that's very important to see that video. And then looking at the slides from Pfizer, we see the same kind of synthetic things in there. Also something called, it looks similar to Tesla phoresis. That's when these little graphite-like black metallic particles start to coalesce into strings like a spider web. They do that through any external force. It could be light, it could be a magnetic force, it could be an impulse, like a frequency. Anyhow, all these little particles will then coalesce and form their own neural network or their own fibers or wires.
So like they're building infrastructure.
Yeah, like you're taking Lincoln logs and putting them together and making your own new computer or your motherboard or your wires. You can see that happen in real time.
This is just, this is absolutely mind-blowing. I'm sitting here looking at you and you're telling me this. It's like I'm watching a seriously bad B movie, a horror thriller. These images are real. There's no way to, and look, this is the same, this is like almost, what do you call that when it's a replication almost, I guess. I don't know if that's the scientific word that we can use, but me as a lay guy, I would say that, look, we had one scientist and microscopy expert bring us this, and we don't really know what this is. And then Dr. Botha brought these discs, and then she's like, well, I need somebody to tell me what this is because I don't really know what this is. And these things just keep on getting substantiated and like this verification that this is going on. And these things are alive.
Yes, we're confirming it. I'm confirming. I don't want it to be right, Stu. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm frightened. What would happen? These are parasitic agents being injected into people. I've seen them from multiple different states, multiple different batches, multiple different manufacturers, multiple different times. How much more evidence does anyone need to know that something terribly wrong is going on?
Okay, so
and now we're seeing it from other countries.
Okay, from other countries?
Yeah, well, Spain, Poland, you've seen the Dr. Zalewski, yes.
So you're saying absolute, unequivocally, 100% as a doctor with your reputation on the line that there are parasites in these shots?
They appear to be parasites to me, and I don't see anything in the ingredient list for any kind of structure that would look like a water parasite in these manufacturers. That is correct.
Okay, so what else did you, not that we need anything else here, but what from your perspective are you seeing with these things that, why are they there? What is really going on? Is there a health benefit to these?
Well, if you look at the organism Hydra vulgaris, it is one of the model organisms that many of the transhumanists like to study and look at. They feel that this is an amazing organism for humanity because A, it's immortal in the lab setting at least. It continuously produces its own stem cells. It never stops, and it can make itself innumerable times. You can chop it up into little bits, put it in a petri dish, it forms itself again and again and again. It can, chop one of its tentacles off and makes a new one. It's over and over. Well, they're thinking, well, wouldn't this be great if we could put this inside of a human body's genome? And then if your hand was chopped off by a trauma, you grow a new hand, right? Be careful for what you wish for, though. Maybe you couldn't die, and you think that's a great thing. It could be a nightmare, too. And maybe you grow more than, what if you grew 3 hands instead of 1? This is a Frankenstein kind of experiment. Is anyone getting permission to do this to us? No, we don't know what they're doing, but we do know they're interested in doing that kind of thing to humanity at some point. The other thing that they're interested in is that this organism has its own neural network. The tentacles that go out have not a brain, but a neural network. So it's still a thinking kind of organism, but in a different way. And these neural networks look like our human neuron, our human nerve. They look just like it. So if there's more than one here, one here, one here, one here, they can form a mesh network. They actually can communicate between each other, almost like if you had your own intranet inside your body. So if these organisms were able to keep growing, because they're obviously in the vials, if they're able to keep growing in a body, well, let's surmise that they can make their own neural network, their own outside of yours. This is not good. That means its own communication system. So let's say if it's got its own communication system, something outward could affect it, like an impulse, a frequency, something from 5G, a light, a magnet, right? What if something influenced that communication network and not yours? Would you start thinking things that you aren't really your thoughts? And how would you know it wasn't your thought? What if you started to get really angry and you didn't know why? What if you had this impulse to do something, like get a shot? What would happen? I'm just giving hypotheses out here because I'm looking at what I'm seeing under the microscope, then I'm looking at why would I see it, because it's not in the manufacturer's ingredient list. So I look at the research of the people behind it, like the transhumanist movement, and I see why they're interested. They're interested because of this continuous renewal of cells. They're also interested in it because of its ability to have its own neural network and to be influenced by magnets and other outside forces. So you have to look at the people behind this. What are they doing? They've lied to us from the beginning. Why would they be telling us the truth now? What would this do to a tiny baby or child they want to start introducing this to? They don't change the amounts they give from a baby to an adult. Usually it's the same amount. And then what are these delivery rings? What do they really have inside of them? And why are we seeing the phenomenon of Tesla-phoresis happen? That's some synthetic kind of network happening, some wires and tubes kind of happening. Well, that means they really are trying to put an artificial intelligence network inside of a human being. Did we consent to that? No. Again, if you want to be like that, that's your choice as an adult, right? But we are not given a choice right now. This is wrong on so many levels. We don't know what's going to happen. This is the grandest of experiments. So I'm providing these pictures, I'm providing this data for everyone to think for themselves and to know that we can disagree on things, but we have to come together on this because we have to protect our human rights. We have to protect our bodily autonomy because the future of us is at stake.
Maybe they don't want us to be human anymore because then we don't have certain rights. They can transfer. Look, if we're going to start thinking about stuff like this. So let me ask you something as an internal medicine specialist. That's your specialty, internal medicine. So we've seen a lot of the common adverse events, side effects of these shots: stroke, myocarditis, Guillain-Barré, tremors, magnetism. What you're seeing now in the vials, do these things make sense to you? I can't make any sense of it. I'm not a doctor.
Well, let's just take the parasites. We're not even going into the spike proteins right now. That's a whole different story, right? Dr. Sherry Tenpenny does a wonderful job of saying how inflammatory and dangerous they are. Let's just look at these water parasites. These things have the potential to grow. and be innumerable, right? If you're growing things, that's going to clog your arteries. It can clog capillaries. It can clog lymphatics. So that we're seeing blood clotting happening, and plus the body's response to having an infection or parasitic invasion, right, would be an inflammatory response, would be to have inflammation, perhaps clotting in the area. So that they're pulling out clots sometimes, Stu, that is almost as big as my hand. You know, it has finger-like extensions coming from, like, say, the heart. That's just, it's crazy. It's like in young people.
I know. I've seen pictures of one of them that was cut out of somebody who's a personal friend to somebody that I know and trust. I mean, it wasn't a fake. This thing was huge.
Yeah. And I think they need to start examining the clot, taking it straight to a microscope, getting a pathology examination, looking at the tissue, and seeing, is there any evidence of an organism, a parasitic organism in there? These things can grow to centimeters. You know, that's pretty large in a body, right?
If you know this, go ahead.
No, I said, we don't know what the potential is in the human body, but I do know they should never be injected into us ever, under any circumstances.
If you know this stuff, right? I mean, you've looked at these are images being provided. This is indisputable evidence that these things exist inside of these things. If you know all of this stuff, and a Project Veritas is going to be doing a big expose on this, this obviously is not a secret to those people that are making it. Where are all of they? Why aren't these people coming forward and saying, this is what's happening? I mean, literally, if what you're saying is true, millions of people around the world are in on this plan, know this. What gain do they have?
Well, I mean, just like doctors, if you speak up, you lose your job, you lose your profession, and people will cave for money. 99% of people will cave for money, which is a sad fact, but that's true. They're looking for self-preservation, but they don't understand in doing that they won't have any self-preservation, because we're all at risk here. No one's going to be exempt from this kind of experimentation on humanity, of course. So we have to speak up. It's so foolish to think that you can be exempt from this kind of experimentation. So I don't understand why more people aren't speaking up. They don't get the gravity of what is happening right here. They don't truly understand. Our lives will never go back to normal. You know that, Stu, right? And I don't understand why people think that it's going to be normal again. Right now, we need to understand who the real enemy is. It's not one another. It's not blacks and whites or Latinos and whatever. It's not left and right. It's humankind against a bigger threat. Okay, so there are other people. I don't know if you can call them people, but I don't think they're people, because they're psychopathic. They don't have a conscience or empathy, and they don't care for us. They don't care how many people are killed in their experimentation. That's who we really need to be uniting and fighting against, because this is not human kind of medicine. This is not human kind of technology. This is something inhuman. And when I look at it, I know that it didn't come from us or God, our Father in heaven, and that we're fighting a spiritual war. So we need to unite and be one with God again, be close with our Father God in heaven.
Dr. Carrie Madej and Stu Peters, thank you so much for the work you're doing. I've never in my life wanted to be wrong about so much. Talking about genocide years and years ago to people and getting that fluoride stare, getting that indoctrinated stare. I never wanted to be right. I just wanted us all to wake up enough that we wouldn't allow this to happen. And I was so encouraged when we sent the H1N1 narrative packing. Excuse me. Because we stopped it. They were going to try to vaccinate everybody with the N1H1. Or they were setting it up for this. This is tragic. And I want to say this too. I know some people are putting some things in the chat about the med beds. Do I think that the patriots in control have a plan for those who have gotten this jab? I do. I don't know what that is, but I'm not going to wait for that. So, and I don't necessarily know the solution. I want to have Dr. Chad and Dr. Teresa on again and see what they're finding out as well. But I don't want to wait for med beds. I don't want to wait for the things that that were promised, because we haven't gotten them yet, and we haven't. So we need to find out what we can do now with what we have, right? We do know that if this is causing strokes and blood clots and so forth, that a blood thinner might be able to prevent that, right? So baby aspirin, maybe a blood thinner, okay? So start to look into that. Look at our resource file. Talk to the people that are aware of what's going on, and let's find a solution to all this, okay? This is the what I'm showing you here is in the show in the resource. I'm sorry, in the show notes tonight, folks. And what it is, it's called the Communist Coercive Methods for Eliciting Individual Compliance. This is the Biderman Report of 1956 compared to COVID-19. The reason why I knew that this was a control mechanism for the planet and a eugenicist model for the planet, genocide, early on, is because I was aware of these things and that what they were trying to do. Okay. So check these out for yourself. Really, if you don't look at any show notes, if you're not used to going to the website and downloading or looking at the show notes, do yourself a favor and go to the show notes and look at this. Okay. I'm not going to go over it. It's too lengthy. It's too involved, but just go look at this, please. Okay. Now, given the fact, all right, now what we're seeing, okay, check this out. Do you think that this was
Partnership
planned?
is called the RAPID Consortium. RAPID will build U.S.-based facilities to make a new kind of plastic pre-filled syringe at extraordinary speed. These facilities will make enough pre-filled syringes to inject every man, woman, and child in America with just the right dose 30 days after a vaccine becomes available. Plus, every pre-filled syringe can have an RFID chip attached. This will allow healthcare workers to use their mobile phones to automatically capture where and when every injection takes place, helping public health officials make more informed decisions.
How about that? This is a planned rollout for the planet. No question about it. Okay. This is the booster update, right? For the CV-19 booster. All right. This is something that if you really want to have a conversation with somebody, read this. Okay. Where do I begin? See, what they're basically telling you here, okay, is that there are no FDA-approved vaccines. They're only the emergency use, okay? The amendments to the emergency use authorizations to include a single booster dose in eligible populations are based on available data and information and follows the input from the members of our advisory committee who were supportive of the use of booster doses of these vaccines in eligible populations, said Peter Marks, director of FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. We are also taking action today to include the use of mix and match boosters to address this public health need. We will work to accrue additional data as quickly as possible to further assess the benefits and risks of the use of booster doses in additional populations. They're going to mix and match. Like, you're going to be able to take a Pfizer vaccine and do a Moderna booster. Why? Because it doesn't matter what's in it to them other than the graphene oxide, which is setting up, as you've heard me talk about, the antenna that they're putting in so that they can communicate to us. Okay. We're going to watch another doctor on Stu here in a minute, but safety was evaluated 171 participants, 18 years of age and older, who followed for approximately 6 months. You know, and then they go into the clinical trial: tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, swollen lymph nodes, but nothing severe. They're not going to tell you about anything severe, but that's what we're seeing in actuality. Okay. So this is all authorization for emergency use of a single dose. Why are we dealing with an emergency use? See, if we just stop there, this is an emergency. This is not an emergency. This is a plandemic. Okay. This is a plandemic and they're pushing us through. Look at the mix and match. What is this? Garanimals? Right? You got to match the lion with the lion. You got to match the elephant with the elephant and that'll match together. You got to be kidding me. Mix and match booster doses that you can cross over. This isn't even science. This isn't even real. All right. And it's not FDA approved, and none of the regular vaccines are FDA approved. Yeah, so you can dig into that a little bit more. It's just, it's tragic. Here's some good news on a gentleman, powerful LA Democrat and great friend of Obama, indicted on federal corruption charges. Basically, it was Mark Ridley Thomas, one of the most powerful Democrat politicians in Southern California, was indicted on Wednesday on federal corruption charges, accusing him of conspiring with the USC dean for his son, mail and wire fraud, taking bribes that benefited his son Sebastian, a former Democratic assemblyman in the state legislature. The 20 counts, by the way, okay, conspired with Marilyn Louise Flynn, who agreed to provide Ridley Thomas' relative with graduate school admission, a full tuition scholarship, a paid professorship, and a mechanism to funnel Ridley Thomas campaign funds through the university to a nonprofit to be operated by the family member. Okay. In exchange, the 35-page indictment alleges Ridley Thomas supported contracts involving the School of Social Work, including contracts to provide services to the County Department of Children and Family Services, CPS, and Probation Department, as well as an amendment to contract with the Department of Mental Health that would bring the school millions of dollars in new revenue. You see how this works? This is from Paine.tv, Thomas Paine, who does some great work. Folks, this is the face of corruption. And the reason why these folks are able to get away with so much and the reason why they're so compromised is because they're getting these kind of deals. These, I believe, are the release of some of the sealed indictments. Okay. Senate Republicans block Democrats' federal voting rights legislation could spur renewed calls among Democrats to change or abolish filibuster rules. They blocked a debate on sweeping federal voting rights legislation that Biden is pushing through, in a move likely to renew calls. So the Senate voted 49-51, and on whether to take up the Freedom to Vote Act. And if it's called Freedom to Vote Act, you know it has nothing to do with freedom or voting or acting. Falls short of the 60 votes required to become a GOP filibuster. Schumer switched his vote to a nay in a procedural move that will allow him to submit the legislation for a revote. So they're coming back around for this, okay? And this is about how they can just stay further in power, okay? And they're, a Jim Crow era in the 21st century, the same old nonsense, right? And it's basically a federal election takeover scheme as per Mitch McConnell. So it's interesting to see some of the Republicans actually doing something of value, because we certainly haven't seen much of that. This is really important here. This is what I was talking about earlier about the Nadler and Jordan situation. Okay, this is really, really powerful, but you're going to see this dean step up and basically object to showing that video that we showed you of the parents at the school board meetings for CRT. Check this out.
Mr. Chairman, we have a video we'd like to play.
Look, she's already ready.
We have a video.
Okay, so don't think that she's like, oh, they're showing a video. This is against the rules.
Mr.
Look,
Chairman, we have a video we'd like to play.
look, she's right there. She's right by the mic. She's ready to go with, this is scripted. She was told to do this.
Mr. Chairman.
We have a video we'd like to play.
Mr. Chairman.
Dean.
So, Representative Dean, what's she got to lose? Why can't she watch a video unless it's not going to serve their narrative?
Object.
What purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
I object. I'm reserving my right to object to the video. May I inquire as to whether the gentleman has followed the Judiciary Committee's AV protocol by providing 48 hours notice to the committee's clerk that he was going to use a video?
We provided notice. Well, first of all, there's no 48-hour rule. It's not in the committee rules. Second, we did let the committee staff, the majority, know that we had a video, and we gave the video to him this morning.
Responding to the gentle lady's request, he did not. He did not supply the 48 hours rule. 48 hours notice required by the rule.
Mr. Chairman.
Then I insist on my objection. Having failed to follow the bipartisan protocol, I insist on my objection.
An objection has been heard. The video will not be shown.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's been no ruling. There's been no ruling. It's been made. There's been an objection.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak regarding.
No, that's out of order. This is not debatable.
Well, what's out of order is there is no rule that requires a 48-hour notice. That's what's out of order.
There is such a rule.
It is not in our rules.
Mr. Chairman, what are you afraid of?
There is such a rule. You objected last year. You were told there was such a rule.
Mr. Chairman, what are our colleagues on the other side of the aisle afraid of? Are they afraid of videos of parents?
The gentleman was recognized for his opening statement. Is he finished with his opening statement?
I'm not finished with opening.
I see recognition for a
It's not a rule. It's not a rule. It's what you said. I think the term you used is it's protocol.
The gentlewoman objected.
Conduct of the committee rules do. That's not a rule. We had a video.
By the way, think laws and versus mandates in this conversation too. This is what we're being shown, the difference between a rule and a protocol that was suggested by the previous chair.
We understood you had a video.
I seek recognition for a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentlewoman objected because you failed to follow the rule. Her objection is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I see.
Now, Nadler had to already know about this. Nadler doesn't know that. He's not like, oh, wow, you bring up a good point. No, he did not give us that notice. And yes, that notice is necessary. And he knew about this. He knew what was coming. This is scripted well beforehand.
Gentlemen, have anything else?
I see. We had a recognition for a parliamentary inquiry.
We had, yeah, I'll yield back in just a second, and particularly if you
Gentleman yields back?
No, I haven't yelled back yet. I said I will in a second.
And then Nadler says, I'm going to yield back in a second. And Nadler says, gentleman yields back.
It's at school board meetings. Moms and dads speaking at school board meetings, and you guys aren't going to let us play it?
It will not be played. An objection has been heard that you failed to give the 48 hours required by the rule, and therefore.
What rule? Mr. Chairman, what rule? Parliamentary inquiry, what rule? Please present the rule.
They had this ready too.
Visual materials under the leadership of my predecessor, Chairman Goodlatte, Republican. The committee developed a written protocol for managing the use of audiovisual materials in our hearings. This protocol simply requires members to provide 48 hours notice they are going to use audiovisual materials. Until recently, this protocol was not controversial. It was a helpful tool we used to manage hearings and make sure video is played properly. The gentlewoman has objected to the materials because the gentleman did not provide the agreed upon 48 hours notice.
Okay, now here's what's key to this. Do you see that he's still reading? So he was actually handed something, okay, from this guy beside him, ready to go, already typed. Now, the stop of the reading should have happened when he stated the protocol. But look at what he's continuing to read. I'm going to back it up just a little bit.
Into the materials because the gentleman did not provide the agreed upon 48 hours notice. Playing audiovisual materials during a committee hearing is the equivalent of introducing printed materials into the hearing record. In the normal course of business, we do not object to each other's requests, but members have the right to object if they so choose, and an objection has been heard.
Mr. Chairman,
hold on.
Printed materials, sure videos played. Until recently, this protocol was not controversial. It was a helpful tool we used to manage hearings and make sure video is played properly. The gentlewoman has objected to the material.
The gentlewoman has objected to the material. How could that be printed up already? How could that whole narrative be printed up already? They already had this set.
Because the gentleman did not provide the agreed upon 48 hours notice. Playing audiovisual materials during a committee
Whack, 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 whack.
hearing is the equivalent of introducing printed materials into the hearing record. In the normal course of business, we do not object to each other's requests, but members have the right to object if they so choose, and an objection has been heard.
Mr. Chairman, did we ever vote on that? That's a clever written statement, but a protocol is not a rule.
Statement.
Mr. Chairman, obviously you're not going to let us play it. Obviously you're going to censor us, which is sort of the conduct of the left today, it seems, and Democrats today, it seems. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. A point of order. Gentleman will state his point of order.
The actual written rule, this is not a rule.
That is not a point of order, as I said before. Playing audiovisual materials during committee hearing is the equivalent of introducing printed materials into the hearing record. In the normal course of business, we do not object to each other's requests, but members have the right to object if they so choose, and an objection has been heard.
Not a rule, sir. I ask you to rule on my point of order.
The gentleman has not made a valid point of order. The gentleman.
So the chair could easily, say, I'm not going to do it. Yeah. So we're being shown this is a joke. Okay. And we've just got to make sure that we're paying attention, right? Matt Getz, this is very interesting.
I thank the gentleman for yielding because I think someone may be trying to kill me. And if they are successful, I would like my constituents and my family to know who stopped their arrest. Madam Speaker, on October 8th, 2021, a Twitter handle styled CIA Bob is at your door tweeted to @Rep Matt Gaetz. Looky here, pal. I lived in Portland. Portland has ordered a hit on you. I accepted the contract. Have a good day. Following this tweet, this individual traveled to Washington, D.C., and the Capitol Police recommended his arrest. That's information that was just shared with me by the Investigations and Threat Assessment section of the Protective Services Bureau, and specifically George DeCesso. And George shared with me that the Capitol Police recommended the arrest of this individual and that the Department of Justice refused to do so, declined to do so. And on the eve of the Attorney General testifying before the Judiciary Committee tomorrow, it is just yet another example of the Department of Justice, Capitol Police recommended the arrest of this individual and that the Department of Justice refused to do so, declined to do so. And on the eve of the Attorney General testifying before the Judiciary Committee tomorrow, it is just yet another example of the Department of Justice having a double standard. If my name weren't Gaetz, if it were Omar or Tlaib, you bet this person would have been arrested because that's what the Capitol Police recommended. But the Department of Justice doesn't seem to care so much when it's Republicans.
Wow. Again, look at this show. Look at the insanity. Look at they're politicizing the safety of a U.S. congressman. Think about that. Okay? Think about that. All right? And here's why, by the way. Because they have to show us what's going on, and this is by the way, how many people do you think saw that video that Nadler wouldn't let Jordan play versus had they let him play it? Probably 10 times the amount of people saw that video of people sharing it around social media. Technofog, new details on the scope of Durham's investigation, folks. This is what we've been waiting for. And the Michael Sussman indictment is 81,000 pages long of documents. They are from grand jury subpoenas issued to 15 people, entities, organizations, including Fusion GPS and likely the DNC. Do you think Durham is going to do 81,000 pages of document and not do anything about it? I don't think he is. The production of more than the government made its first production of discovery to the defense. The production included more than 6,000 documents comprising approximately 81,000 pages. Documents received in response to the grand jury subpoenas issued to 15 separate individuals, entities, and organizations, including, among others, political organizations, a university, university researchers, an investigative firm, and numerous companies. What do you want to bet that Hillary Clinton is on that list, or the Clinton Foundation is on that list, or the DNC? Okay. This is going down. Okay. The Alpha Bank case, right? The connection to the Alpha Bank. We're going to show that here. Okay. A new filing has revealed the depth of the investigation. That's what I call deep, right? And then Durham has filed an opposition to Sussman's motion for a bill of particulars. To summarize, Durham argues that the 27-page speaking indictment against Sussman more than adequately informs him of the charges he is facing. What's really notable about the motion is that Durham disclosed the volume of evidence to be produced, assessment, and the number of entities and people Durham has subpoenaed. Okay. Political organizations likely refer to the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign, Hillary for America, a University, Georgia Tech, okay, university researchers, a team involved in the Alpha Bank Trump hoax, an investigative firm, Fusion GPS, numerous companies, a company involved with Rodney Jaffe named Tech Executive One in the Sussman indictment. And we've previously observed Durham was already in possession of email records from Jaffe, the research group, and Sussman Perkins Coy, Perkins Coy billing records. Perkins Coy records notes a set of relating to calls and meetings regarding Alpha Bank and the grand jury testimony. Okay. And that's just on the Alpha Bank issue. Durham is focused on the FISA as well. Okay. More than 30 classified reports of interviews conducted in the course of the aspect of the special counsel's investigation. Declassified, reports. Okay. Grand jury testimony. So this is heating up significantly. And it's very exciting to finally see this kind of thing happening. But the more we see this, the more we're going to see of the fourth quarter behavior, if you will, right? Okay. The Evergrande $2.6 billion deal collapsed as payment deadline looms. A fire sale deal that would have erased or eased a punishing cash crunch at this Chinese real estate giant Evergrande has collapsed, and the company is going to collapse most likely. Okay, unless this is just like a hardball to get them to make a deal. So they're basically saying that the purchaser hasn't made, a good deal, a general offer. And so this is a critical weekend. The deal's collapse is bad news for Evergrande, which is just days away from a potential formal default. The company faces a deadline this weekend when a 30-day grace period expires on interest payments owed to investors. Evergrande appeared to miss $83.5 million in payments on a dollar bond on September 23rd. The deadline to pay is Saturday, according to Jeffrey Haley, senior market analyst of Asia Pacific. Haley said that a failure to make the payments could trigger a cross default on other debt instruments, which may allow some of the Evergrande's other creditors to demand their money back. They'll run out of wiggle room here. And a formal default could send shockwaves through global stock markets on Monday. Okay. So keep an eye out for that for Monday, and could also prompt Chinese regulators to take action. Okay. But they haven't said anything about what they're going to do. So, so this is going to be huge. This is a huge factor in China. Okay. So this we're going into a pretty interesting thing here. So DeSantis addresses the supply chain and says the Florida ports are open. Folks, I'm still seeing out in the Queen's Necklace, just off the coast of Malibu, Santa Monica, that the container ships are still there, not going anywhere. He said that he's offering incentives for businesses to move their cargo through the Sunshine State ports. Okay. Record-breaking 100 ships anchored waiting at Los Angeles and Long Beach ports. Okay. This is your doctor paid by Big Pharma? Watch this.
You know how people like to accuse doctors of getting payouts from Big Pharma? Did you know that there's a database that discloses all this information to the public for free? And it's mandated by federal law. It's called the Sunshine Act. If you want to know if your doctor's getting paid off by Big Pharma, you can just look them up. Let me show you how. And here's the website. Right here. You put their name right there. And it gives you all the goods. Which companies are paying them, how much they're getting paid, when they got the money. It's all there. Find out for yourself if we're getting paid off. It's all right there. Sunshine Act.
So this is something that you guys can do. All right. This is the Sunshine Act. This was a speech by Kayleigh McEnany that Christy picked up on, and I believe it was 1 to 2:30. Okay, let me try that. And we were talking about this a couple months ago. I don't know the date on this, Christy. What's the date on this? But this was, she brought it to my attention a couple months ago.
You take these positions because you are welcoming fraud.
Listen for Sunshine.
Our position is clear. We want to protect the franchise of the American people. We want an honest, accurate, lawful count. We want maximum sunlight. We want maximum transparency. We want every legal vote to be counted, and we want every illegal vote to be discarded. Unlike our opponents, we have nothing to hide. The integrity of our election matters. The Constitution of the United States matters. What we have seen across the country is Democrat officials systematically trying to do an end run around the Constitution to tip the scales of the election in their favor. As Justice Gorsuch wrote in DNC versus Wisconsin state legislature, our oath to uphold the Constitution is tested by hard times, not easy ones. Last-minute changes to longstanding election rules risk other problems too, inviting confusion and chaos and eroding public confidence in electoral outcomes. Pennsylvania is a case study in just this. Allow me to just broadly review 3 points that have happened in Pennsylvania. Number one, in Philadelphia, poll watchers who are legally permitted to be there and observe the vote count were blocked from observing the count. Our poll watchers were put behind barricades in a massive room. They were many feet from the counting process. And in fact, when you look at all of the tables, many hundreds of feet, in fact, from the tables in the very back. They were completely in the dark, completely unable to oversee the vote count, as was their legal right. An observer on the scene described it this way. Imagine being on a football field. You're on the 10-yard line and expected to make a call in the end zone on the other side of the field. It is unacceptable. An intermediary court ruled on the side of the campaign, on the side of transparency and allowing the poll watchers to observe the count. But what did the Democrat Pennsylvania Supreme Court do? They issued an administrative stay, effectively.
So there was a little bit more, I thought there was a little bit more sunshine on there. She actually said sunlight, used multiple times, but wondering if there are some comms to the Sunshine Act, which is basically pharmaceutical and medical device manufacturers, right? That must report payments of to doctors and to hospitals, right? So this is the reason they came up with this is because there was so much corruption in the medical industry. Yes, Todd's coming on here shortly, actually. And that the first time that they finally did something about it, because there was just absolutely so much corruption that they had to do this. And so if you want to go to openpaymentsdata.cms.gov and put in a doctor, all right? Does anybody have a doctor for me that they want me to look up? But this is something where you can see if there's any collusion, right? Joanne says that's not prescriptions. Does it not cover prescriptions on this, Joanne? Because that's something we should know as well. And so you could put in the doctor's name and search that. I don't even have a doctor, so I don't even know how to, I wouldn't know where to begin. But yeah, the search tool, how you can use it and so forth. So please check that out. Openpaymentsdata.cms.gov, because I also want to, I'd be interested to know what's going on with the vaccines, right? And how, okay. Wally has Dr. Brian Bryan. Let's try that. Brian Hightower. Brian Hightower. Okay. Taking a minute. Teaching hospital or company. Is the spelling correct? Melanie Smallwood. This one's taking a minute. Let's try one more time. Oh, physician. Let's just focus on the physician. Here we go. Brian Hightower. Let's see if we can find him. Nothing for Brian Hightower. Let's try Melanie Smallwood. U.S. Doctor or learning hospitals. Hold on. Melanie Smallwood. Here we go. Allopathic and osteopathic physicians, internal medicine, Louisville, Kentucky. 2020 general payments, just $105.76 for general payments. Then there's research, associated research, ownership, and investment interest. If like she owned the hospital or what have you, right? So not much, just top payments, Amgen, GlaxoSmithKline, Janssen, Amarin, Novo. So nothing major. So have some fun with that. Just find out what your doctor is making from these and see if you can let me know what you found out about, are they getting paid for the jab, right? So let me see here. We've got some stuff. This is very interesting. This is 750 GE workers walked out in Ohio over the vax mandates. So the mainstream media is pretty silent on that. We're going to see more and more of this. Okay. Hey, everybody. Hold on. This is I like Dr. David Martin, but there is here's what's going on. There's a Smith-Mundt Act. Okay, so basically, what's going on here is that in 1945, the State Department did a report, Memorandum of the Post-War International Information Program of the U.S. to suggest a framework for the future. It completed it that year. It reflected the growing belief since 1943 that the U.S. government would need a peacetime information service after the end of hostilities. Excuse me. Okay. Damn it. Basically, The suppression of free flow of information contributed to the outbreak of wars during World War One. The U.S. media was particularly vocal about the role nationalist vice government news agencies had, notably Reuters, Great Britain, Havas, France, Wolf in Germany. In controlling news content availability across borders, it was the same in World War II. In September 44, for example, William Fulbright, Democrat from Arkansas, introduced a bill calling for international agreements to guarantee freedom of the press and radio as an aid in preventing future wars. So basically, the House Foreign Affairs Committee convened 6 days of hearings on a bill that would grant post-war authorization to the Voice of America and other information exchange programs we now collectively refer to as public diplomacy. The bill under discussion was first introduced by Congressman Carl E. Munt, Republican of South Dakota. The bill was modified by state, primarily by Archibald MacLeish, and introduced. So basically, they said they had a control over the propaganda and what could be said, right? This so basically they wanted to control the propaganda, but they couldn't. Okay. And but what we did find out is many years later is that Barack Obama signed a law in the National Defense Authorization Act that allows the media to purposely lie to the American people. And George W. Bush did the same thing. So they basically passed laws that allow the media to lie to us, and they slipped it into the National Defense Authorization Act. Okay. U.S. Information and Education Exchange Act of 1948, also known as the Smith-Mundt Act, and authorized and set rules around the dissemination of information from U.S. government-funded media outlets like Voice of America, according to the U.S. Agency for Global Media. So they could distribute upon request information that is not necessarily factual, and basically that's kind of what we're seeing, right? And the ACLU got involved on this new government propaganda bill, a positive step for the First Amendment. This is in 2012, right? A positive step. So, going to the final paragraph here, to be clear, the ACLU has no problem with laws that prevent the government from using taxpayer funds to covertly influence public opinion, including, for instance, the ban on covert propaganda that is included as a matter of course in annual appropriation bills. The problem with the existing ban is that it denies Americans the ability to even access government communications. This is therefore more of a question of government transparency and accountability than government propaganda, and the ban should be dispensed with. So it's crazy that they're actually writing laws that make it okay to do this, right? I'm going to show you just a couple minutes from AG Paxton, Missouri AG, and the lawsuit happening in Texas on the border. We'll get to 550. Here we go. 550. Let me get to 550.
Too, parts of the wall here started after 9/11, right? And it's been a hodgepodge. And we have the ability with the $3.8 billion that sits there right now, unspent, to finish the wall. And not just the 18-foot wall, but the 30-foot wall.
And it's a big deterrent. It would help stop this crisis that we see. So what is this lawsuit all about? There's essentially two big buckets here. One are the more procedural claims, right? That they violated the Administrative Procedures Act, that this decision was arbitrary and capricious to not move forward with the wall. And we make a lot of claims there. They didn't consider all of the things that are happening now. Now, I would argue, Ken would argue, that this is all on purpose. You've got a president who really believes in open borders and amnesty. But the human cost, right? The cost to our states is dramatic. And we're here to tell Joe Biden right now, if you are not going to do your job, we're going to make you do your job. In this system of federalism, it's very important. And so the states are going to step into that gap and provide leadership. The second bucket here in the lawsuit are constitutional claims, essentially that this violates the separation of powers. Congress did what they were supposed to do to appropriate the money. The president has no authority to not spend that money now. And in fact, the take care clause where he swears an oath on that Bible to faithfully execute the laws of the United States, he's not doing that. And that's what this lawsuit is all about, to get him to actually execute the law, spend the money that was appropriated. By the way, there's contractors that can do this work. We're standing here right here. I learned that this was a group of folks on this part of the wall that proved that you could do that part of the wall in 9 days. Those are private folks. But this is, the federal government is supposed to be a government of limited powers, right? The states came together to decide what powers they were going to have. One of those limited powers was to secure the border. That's not what's happening. The people of this country deserve better. The people of Texas deserve better. The people of Missouri deserve better. And that's why we say to Joe Biden, we'll see you in court. Thank you very much.
So let me just say, Eric Schmidt, great attorney general from Missouri, is actually below average height. So we're open to questions. Please keep them confined to the topic today. We can answer other questions later, and we're both available, or anybody else. We'll kind of switch off here as best we can. I'll just say that I don't think this is a surprise to the Biden administration. The policies of Obama are very similar, and they were, as you watch the Trump administration deal with those policies and change them to policies that lowered the number of illegal immigrants significantly. When the Biden administration came in, they completely went back to the old policies and actually accelerated those. And I think they knew exactly the results they were going to get. So I don't think this is a crisis. When we talk about being a crisis, it is a crisis. It's a man-made crisis. It's a crisis that was invited, that I think is purposeful. And the numbers of illegal immigrants this next year could be over 2 million people, record numbers. They're already record numbers. And if we continue these policies, the consequences of this are going to be devastating for years and years and years and years. And we're going to lose people from COVID because they are letting people go all over the country with COVID without vaccinating them, without testing them. And they claim, as they try to force people to lose their jobs all over the country who are U.S. citizens, and then they're going to let illegals travel all over the country and not let us know where they are and what types of COVID they have. And just the incredible risk to our children as fentanyl is being produced by the Chinese, brought to the cartels, and then transmitted all over the country. Next question.
It's time to enforce the law. And I will tell you that what we see happening at the border here, as Ken mentioned, is a confluence of incompetence from the Biden administration. But it's more than that. It's intentional, right? It's intentional. And I think there's there's a bunch of things we can do to fight this, and we're both working on this. But the Remain in Mexico lawsuit was significant in the sense that we are back to, under Biden before the Supreme Court ruling, and now we're having to go back to court to enforce that ruling, which is amazing that we actually have, the states have to compel the President of the United States to actually enforce a law that the Supreme Court said is now the law of the land. Again, under President Trump, we saw the Remain in Mexico policy. Why is that important? Because that is the incentive for the cartels right now, because they know if they can get people across the border, they're just simply released into the interior of the United States. And with the Remain in Mexico policy, it takes that incentive away. So that's a big victory. Also, in talking to the Border Patrol agents, having a wall that's a big deterrent and prevents people from actually getting across easily is a big part of the solution as well. And when you hear them talk about schools, which are very close to this border, having to go on lockdown, okay, that is a public safety issue. And the Attorney General of the United States should be more focused on that than going after parents who are showing up to school board meetings who care about the kids. People have had enough of this. They want their country back. America wants its country back. And that's why we're here today.
Yeah, we want our country back, no question about it. This is it's beyond time to start getting to the bottom of things here, and so, but we're doing it one person at a time, one patriot at a time, and that's what's so exciting about all this, right? Is that this is oh, let me get rid of that. Sorry. And let me take care of this business by myself. If no one's going to do it, I got to stand up and do it. And if everyone says that, man, we're off to the races. There are a few dives, and I just want to show you a couple things that I think are really significant, and then we're going to get Todd on. Todd, you can come on anytime, brother. I just wanted to do these dives that we were talking about today via text. And clock activated Red Castle, Green Castle, stage 5-5. Kaboom. This is Grasshopper. And more coming. Keep your ... six dots. Q. And this is clock activated Red Castle, Green Castle. And what we're seeing, the Department of Defense tweet, red light, green light, members of the U.S. Air Force's 934H Security Forces Squadron participate in simulated night fire training in Minneapolis-St. Paul Air Reserve Station, Minnesota. Here's the, Red Castle, Green Castle, stage 5-5, clock activated, 9:34. You go to that. Tied to Cone. I'm so glad Cone is out. I never trust his globalist stars. More coming. Keep your ... So this is just some work by Grasshopper, trying to figure out where we could be, like Todd and I do. Cowboy WT2B. I showed you that one on the Trump Truth Social. That's basically takes you to the date, February 21st, on the Truth Social. Truth, Facts Matter, Jack Getting Nervous, Comms Good Operational, all February 21st, when Truth Social is going to go live. Expected February 21st, again, the 3-year delta, right? Okay. And I don't know if all these links are going to take me. Yeah, these links are taking me to the same thing. So let me get to here. Mike Pompeo timestamps. Todd's going to have that for us tonight as well. Basically, 1448 is one of his timestamps. False flag weather alert worldwide. Stay vigilant and maintain situational awareness. 248 fly Roths fly. So these are them. And then fly Roths fly, 2:48 p.m. is when his timestamp was. Could we just get the American Christian missionaries being held hostage in Haiti back home? And we know what goes on in Haiti. And by the way, there were 17 hostages in Haiti. 17. So more comms, we believe. Let me get down here. Military timestamps. Eyes on, read carefully. 1806. Autist present. Logical thinking. VIP access. Subject threat to POTUS thwarted. Actions taken. Comms dark. Message sent. 5-5. 154. Clip duration. Who financed 9/11? Who has been bin Laden's handler? Why was the Clowns in America tasked to hunt, kill, capture? Osama bin Laden? Why not military intelligence, right? Why not military? Why clowns in America? If we found UBL eliminated security, why would we immediately kill him and not take him alive? Why wouldn't I did stuff on this a while back because I was calling bullshit from the word go. We did not kill him on that day. We did not, Madeleine Albright said that he was alive. I'm sorry, that he died years earlier from kidney failure. They needed a moment for Obama. They needed that. Perhaps someday people will understand they had a plan to conduct another mass extinction event. World War I and II, orchestrated and planned by select families, Fantasyland. Remember, the more people there are, the more power the people have. Why do Dems push for gun control directly after every tragic incident? Why is this so very important to their agenda? We, the people, are who they are afraid of. The people are who they fear will hold on. They fear, then that gets cut off. But here's some of the timestamps linking to these others: autist present, logical thinking, and then we, the people, are who they're afraid of. We, the people, are who they will fear one day awake. And then, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. So these are just basically a couple, kind of one-off drops, right, from Pompeo timestamps, right? And our eyes are everywhere. Joe Biden wants to weaponize the IRS in order to spy on your bank account. Our eyes are everywhere. The Nixon soap opera on 12/12, coming from 12:12 p.m., Mike Pompeo. Nixon resigns. Hint, Hussein and Maggie. Wendy, how many pics can you find of them together? Age 10, 11, 12. Okay. We were sent there last night. We were sent to this last night. I'll get into this a little bit more. But we got a few more. And then Todd's going to come in and show us how to really do this. This is 2234. To keep the will of the people on your side in the face of incessant gaslighting by the MSM, which we're experiencing. We are with you, but it can be very frustrating on this side of the curtain. Visibility helps. Build the wall. Cab Pack, we need to get back to building the wall. And they mention a curtain, right? Visibility helps because you can see through the slats. Imagine the frustration if we weren't here communicating with you. You are many tens of millions strong. Q. Let your voices be heard. Information is meant to be free. Power to the people. Okay. We got a 1034 timestamp and also 2234 military time. 1034 timestamp. What fell from space recently? Accident or retaliation. When was Hussein in China? Track events. Timeline. We are in control. W. Now, I forget what the heck the thing was with W. I got to figure that out, and maybe Todd's got a thought on that. Now this was the most interesting of them all. Okay. The Biden administration has made it explicitly clear Democrats want to lock you out of your child's education. The timestamp is 24/11 military time. Eyes on VIP Patriots. Q. Excellent. Q. VIP Patriot takes us to this one. Think Green Red Castle. Green Red Castle. Clock activated. Red Castle, Green Castle, stage 5-5 Q. Friday, October 1st, we had at the beginning of October to start Red October, right? was the White House was red. And here, Queen will urge world leaders to do more to protect the planet. Her Majesty is set to open COP26 with landmark intervention and climate change debate. This was on the 16th of October. Red Castle, Green Castle. They're communicating to us, folks, that this is we're getting very, very close. Todd, you want to call in here, pal? I hope. By the way, buddy, I jumped to Restream, so let me see. So it's the Restream that you got to dial into. Let me make sure you have that. I'll resend that to you and Cindy. And it's the Restream link. Sorry if that was confusing, but I had to reboot and get out of that other software that I was playing with. And folks, check this out. This is that is folks, that is the Key Bridge going into Georgetown from Roslyn, Virginia. Let me here we go.
Let's see. Okay, guys, let's walk. You're not gonna fucking believe this one. Let's wait. Let's let a few more people come on, okay? What in the fucking world, man? All right. Let me just walk. Just bear with me. Hang in there, okay? I gotta look at the sky. Did they? Okay. All right. Blackhawks literally just flew right over my fucking car. Like literally right. I got the most incredible. There they are, two of them right there. Okay. They just landed in the fucking Pentagon, guys. A couple of they just went right over my head and landed in the Pentagon. I was driving up. I'm so glad that I know this area a little bit over here. It's Virginia side. I tried to avoid all that crap and I came to Virginia and then all of a sudden these fucking two Blackhawks just like swooped over my head lower than show. Gosh, are they amazing when they're low, by the way? Hold on. Holy shit. All right, there they are. Okay, I can see them barely above the treetops over there. Okay, let's walk. Let me see if I can get a better view of the Pentagon.
I'm not seeing any Blackhawks, but
Really shoot down there. I can't get down there.
this might be a nothing burger, but we showed it because one of the Sned sent it, and it might be significant. Todd, Cindy, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I got you now.
Hey, brother. Hey, good to have you on, man. I got a little late start tonight with everything going down, and then
I want to move up to the 9 o'clock slot. I'm
9 o'clock.
Yep, I got to do the 9. I'll do the 9 to 10 Central, and then I'll quit. I'll be out of the way.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I think that might not be a bad idea.
Well, this is pretty hot stuff here, Dave. This is good. I mean, when I got to it, I was like, this is information I don't think a lot of people are getting.
well, dude, when we were talking beforehand, first of all, I knew that Pompeo just tweeted and you were going to dive down there, and but also that we were also. And by the way, guys, can you hear Todd okay? And is the sound all right? No echo, no bullshit that we've been dealing with.
Let me see. I've got it. Go ahead and say something, Dave. Guys, can you hear Todd? I'm loud. Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right. No echo, no bullshit that we've been. That's me.
Let me see. I've got it. Oh, I'm clear as a bell.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That's
awesome.
Great.
Yeah. Finally, dude.
Tom's 5'5". Yay.
Joanne says best ever. Okay. Good. All right. So, and then I knew you needed some time to dig too. So have you been digging the whole time?
Oh yeah, it's good. It went right to the point. I only went to about, let's see, I can give you the drop date. It's a good one though, man. It really refers back and double checks and says, "Yep, you're in the right spot there, sir." 20 post dive.
Wow. Wow.
But it goes pretty quick. We've been here to a lot of these, Dave. It's
well,
funny.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, the first one sent us to sent us where? It sent us to the Watch the Water, right? With the one that we've been seeing in North Korea.
Yeah,
right?
but it's a different number.
Right. It's a different. I know there are several different drops,
Which
right?
I took as a positive because, you know, if
Yeah.
I would have seen the 740, what was it, 745 or whatever, 744, I
Right.
would have been like, well, I know what that is. But when I saw 948 or what was it? Let's see. No, I've got so many posted up. 849. That was the post that I went to. It was right as the show was starting, basically.
Okay. So which one do you want me to go to in terms of the tweet?
It's the one at 849 that says we negotiated one of the most effective policies.
All right. So this is the one at 8:49, 5:49 my time. So we'll go to 8:49.
And if you've been watching the dives, guys, look at this picture.
Look where we're at. I mean, and we were there. We were blowing this up. We were figuring out what are they sitting on, you know, the whole bit. And this is the rough waters. Watch the waters. These are the calm waters, minus the CIA, by the way. Okay, here it's like, you know, a bunch of white guys and Kim Jong Un and one Korean woman. This is all North Korean.
Hey, does that look like a yellow sky, Dave?
Yeah, it does actually. Yellow
I think it's
sky.
pretty damn yellow.
Yeah, very much so. Okay. So this is father, this is son, right? This is with CIA control. This is without. What when was the date of this? March 6, 2018. So this was after Trump went. Yes or
Oh, yeah.
no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So so we were here, Todd, we were here Monday night and Tuesday night.
Yeah.
We were at a different one that had just the green one.
We finished up with it Monday night, and then Tuesday morning,
yep.
7:44, 7:45, Pompeo led us right to where we left off. We continued that and dove on it, and then tonight, his last tweet that I know of, because I haven't been monitoring him, I've been diving. The last tweet tonight that I saw led us right back to the same picture, but through a different number. So if you're thinking, you know, oh, Q's a psyop, you know, explain that to me. You know,
Right.
This
right.
is like Q confirmation number 3,300 to me.
Yeah. Yeah. This is such huge comms. So future proofs past, you have so much more than you know. Biggest intel drop in our known history.
Is that big?
That's huge, dude. I mean, we've been talking about this for how long, about how this is you know, if Q's a psyop, they gave us too much information, right? And you have so much more than you know. Normally it's you have more than you know. This is you have so much more than you know. And they're giving us huge intel here. Huge intel. Did you do the military timestamp on this?
I have it written down, and I think I went there, but it was kind of not the path that I went down. 2049.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did, and it's good.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. August 31st, 2018. This is all the Saudi Arabia access closed, Epstein Island, Haiti, Todd.
Yeah.
Haiti. Okay. Access closed. Huge. North Korea, access closed. China with the missiles, access closed. Russia, access closed. Cuba, access. Sudan, access pending government. Saudi Arabia, U.S. push. Syria, access pending government. Yemen, access pending government. U.S. Saudi Arabia, U.S. push. Libya, access pending. Main port closed, limited. Somalia, access pending. Saudi Arabia, U.S. push. Basically, we think that their access for human trafficking and child trafficking we believe is closed, that access, and the access of the deep state, of the cabal. HRC equals Alice, Saudi Arabia equals Wonderland. Who are the white rabbits? Reread drops regarding Saudi Arabia. Have faith for God and country. Who do you think Q is referring to with the white rabbits?
I think that could be the cabal or the human traffickers. You know, I don't claim to know everything that he's referring to or they are referring to all the time. We know what the white rabbit represents, you know, with achrome. So I would imagine that it's in the human trafficking realm. And you know, so I don't really have a definitive answer. I've got some ideas, but
I think it might be, you know, the people who are taking the achrome and the people that are, you know, actually are the white rabbits. Like they're taking this stuff and in a part of obviously the human trafficking and the child trafficking. But it's hard to say. But it is. They're saying reread drops regarding Saudi Arabia. So you could do a search on Saudi Arabia, folks, and do a deep dig. Yeah. So okay. So we went down that, but why don't you take us down the path you went?
Okay. I can take you right down my path. If you see the 849 originals post.
Yeah.
There's a timestamp differential there of 324.
324 between 12:30:31 and 12:27:01.
Yeah, that's the first path, but there's multiples.
343. What was it?
324.
324. Okay. Wow. Please pray tonight. Good people in harm's way. That was December 9th, originally 2017. 10-4 is 10-4 is the 5-5, which we saw earlier. 10-4 is loud and clear or over and out.
Yeah, then I went to seeing the blue numbers, Dave.
Yeah.
See the first mirrored number is 636.
636,
and
yeah.
Then there's 44, which we know. But that gets duplicated in a later a different way that I get there, and so 44 is confirmed twice.
Nice. Confirmed here and somewhere else.
It's confirmed on my other way. I did this another way.
Okay, cool.
I went down two different paths, and then I mirrored everything.
Nice.
And I mirrored every number that we went to. And there are also things that happened today. There was a quote by Jim Jordan that will be repeated multiple times in this. Jim Jordan actually said today in an interview, the Great Awakening.
Did he?
And you'll see that will pop into a few of these drops. And then the last drop that I ended up on my whole dive was 17. and that was the end of the road for me. And 17 is mentioned in drops in between too. So there's confirmation within this dive.
And it's here at the start, Todd, with the mirrored 71.
Yeah, it comes quickly. Yeah, that's what I ended up with. That tied it all together. It's fantastic.
Awesome. So you want to take us down 636?
Yeah. 636 is January 27, 2018. It says, why would Dees have Maxine Waters conduct the follow-up to the State of the Union? What is Maxine Waters used for? Reread past drops, mouthpiece controlled, carefully crafted, out there statements with falsified fake Mueller drops will be made that nobody else would dare say or suggest. Pawn. What do they expect is coming? Well, if you saw some of the things that were said in the testimony today with Merrick Garland, you got to see some more people just spewing stupidity on the D side. This stuck out to me. If you saw that whole thing, you saw some people just, why are they so concerned with the former president?
Yeah.
And then this said, I said, what do they expect is coming? I looked at that and I said, oh boy, in our day term or our today terms.
Yeah.
That's a great question. Why are they running around when they own the House, they own the Senate, and they own the presidency? Why are they all so mad and screaming?
Yes. Yeah.
There's something coming. What must be said to provide a counter narrative? What might be said to attempt to discredit factual proofs coming, which led me to think Durham. How do you keep people blind? What must you feed them? Every mainstream media news station next week will be saying and pushing the exact same counter narrative. Fake news. Mueller fake news. They're already doubling down on Mueller fake news with Steele doing his interview.
Right.
They're bringing it back because that's all they got. Should that fail, expect a major false flag to force a shift. Predictable. We see all, we hear all. Wizards and war. Locks. These people are really dumb. So they're kind of telling you by suggestion to me that they're talking about they're going to do a war push. It's going to be some kind of and we thought that might be one of the tools in their toolbox is to pull out, an ultimate fear weapon.
Yes.
And I think that with that missile launch in North Korea, who controls North Korea now, Dave?
The White Hats.
Yeah. So whenever they launch a missile.
Yeah. Right.
That's our team.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so, when China let loose of their weapon, who I think, honestly, Dave, I think they're already under our control too. But it's really have to be really out there to think that, Dave.
I know. And these people are really dumb, capital DUMB, which could pertain to the deep underground military bases where they had intended to go, and they might still be going after, when they create this war.
Yeah.
Depending on what's available there.
Yeah. So whenever you all caps it, it means it's, it's
significant. Maybe
a second. It's like Huma with the small U next and the Huma with the big U next.
Exactly. Which is where we're at now. It's 71.
Yep. And our Huma attachment to this whole thing that referred back to the Mexican border and our ports,
Yeah.
That was an amazing thing, to have this, talk about, just being straight up saying, look, guys, all you got to do is look at this.
Right.
I showed that to my brother because I normally don't I tell him what I do, but I don't share everything. And I say, hey, I think something positive is going to happen. I've been doing some research, and he kind of gets it, but he doesn't really, I don't bother him with the details of how I got there, but I showed him how, we got there. And he was like, well, that was 2018. How the hell did they know that?
Right.
That's the point, isn't it, brother?
Yep. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's really so telling about this. And this 71, follow Huma, right? We got her her book tour, and who connects HRCCF to Saudi Arabia? Well, she does. And they're also doing the book tour on the 4th, right?
Well, Dave, did you notice how Harvard is popping up a lot with these
right?
With the Merrick Garland is from went to Harvard.
Yep.
If you look at how they spelled Huma, that's the Harvard University Muslim Association.
Exactly.
And then who connects HRC to Clinton Foundation to Saudi Arabia is probably the Muslim Brotherhood.
Mm-hmm.
And why is this relevant? Who is the Muslim Brotherhood? It answered, I didn't even read ahead. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who has ties to the Muslim Brotherhood? So that's the Huma.
Mm-hmm.
And also we know the Awan.
Yeah.
Where do they have offices? Why is this relevant? Define cash laundering.
Mm-hmm.
What is the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan? Why is this relevant?
Now, the Awans had offices in DC, but also in Pakistan. And so maybe that they're talking about the cash laundering. And then Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, I'm not that familiar with in terms of their relationship.
Well, we know Pakistan is, we don't list them in our lists of, hostile actors, but they're not our allies. Let's just say that.
Right.
How would Saudi Arabia provide tens of millions of dollars to the U.S. senior government officials? What does Saudi Arabia obtain in exchange for payment? Why is access important? What happened when HRC lost the election of 2016? How much money was provided to the Clinton Foundation by Saudi Arabia during 15-16? HRC lost. Lots of access, power, control. Does repayment of funds to Saudi Arabia occur? If so, how?
They're going to send them Hunter's paintings, a few of those.
Yeah, I'm sure that if I did those same exact paintings, they'd be worth a lot more than that, right?
Dude, we could auction them off on the show for like $10. That'd be great.
I'll take it.
No kidding. Yeah. Speaking of which, if you want to get one of Todd's paintings here, here's his PayPal. There you go.
I'll paint with my toe.
There you go.
Why did BO send billions in cash to Iran? Why wasn't Congress notified? Who needs to do that? Why is this classified? Only
Have you seen our Congress?
Only idiots would do that, Dave.
Yeah, I mean the Congress now is questionable big time, right?
Why was it? Yeah, they're not showing their true colors, are they? Why?
Oh my God!
Why was this classified under state secrets? Oh, because they didn't want to share that. Who has access to state secrets? Where did the planes carrying the cash depart from and land? Did the planes all land in the same location? How many planes carried the cash? Why is this relevant? What does this have to do with North Korea? No.
No, we were just there.
No. What does this have to do with Saudi Arabia Clinton Foundation cash donations?
Yeah.
What does this have to do with ISIS? Oh, could that have been their army? What does this have to do with slush funds? Black ops? Why is Saudi Arabia so vitally important? Follow the money. Who has the money? What is happening in Saudi Arabia today? Why is this relevant? Who was Abdullah bin Abdulaziz.
Abdulaziz.
What events transpired directly thereafter? How was POTUS greeted compared to other former presidents when in Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? What is the meaning of this tradition? The sword dance? Oh, you mean when they gave him the sword?
Yeah.
What coincidentally was the last tweet sent out by POTUS? Why is this relevant? Was that an instruction of some kind? To who? Why is this relevant? Where was POTUS when that tweet was sent? Why is this relevant? What attack took place in Saudi Arabia as operations were undertaken? Flying objects. We just talked about flying objects falling out of the sky. Remember that? Just Monday night or Tuesday night. It said what object just fell out of the sky?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That
what
was
US,
I think it was Monday.
What U.S. operators are currently in Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? Questions provide answers. Alice in Wonderland. So
this is Abdulaziz.
That's the former leader.
Yeah.
He's the guy that when Trump was holding the sword, he looked like somebody had just peed all over his legs, like a dog just came up. He was looking down, and he looked like he was going to throw up.
Mm-hmm.
And the young guy that took over for him is a Trump ally.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's the one that had went around and told big tech what was going down, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
He had set meetings he got appointments with all the big boys, Google, all the fangs. And isn't that interesting, that when you show the Vatican being a viper, that they call Facebook, Alphabet, Netflix, and Google fang?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The bite with no cure.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a Q drop that we were just on Tuesday, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
We were just, I mean, we're not having to pull stuff out of our of our past history. We're going right back to the same thing, but actually tying it through News Unlocks the Map. It's really proving, future proves past.
Yeah. And also look at 44, which is, where we've been to many times. And right. And basically, we're talking about, maybe this is the weekend before POTUS departs on Friday. He will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. Of course, he's not on Twitter. And he doesn't have his system up and running yet.
Well, yeah, I would have felt more like that it would have been a possibility coming up sooner if he hadn't announced this platform, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to make it so I can figure it out and say, hey, it's going to be Friday night.
No.
I mean,
and if anything else, it's like they're just scaring the shit out of the deep state because they think they know, when.
Well, and I just, no matter how smart you are, it wouldn't be smart for these brilliant people that did this whole board to give out that information.
Right.
Or, they've said many times why we're here.
Yeah.
We're here to keep the masses, informed and let them know that there is something behind the scenes that is working. And I've taken into account, that was done in Russia too, before that all took place. There was a counter intelligence operation there that made the people docile and not stand up as quickly as they may have. There was what was that called, Dave? You remember the name?
You're talking about it looked like people thought it was Gates, but it wasn't. And they were talking at the Pentagon, and it was about the
No, I think
frequency.
during the Bolshevik Revolution, Dave, there was a
Oh,
there was a counterintelligence op that
oh,
was
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I was thinking of something else.
that I think there was propaganda pushed or something that made the people believe that there was something else happening when the
Yeah,
Bolshevik Revolution actually, only consisted of like 450 people.
yeah, they had a similar. They kind of compare it to Q a little bit, in that it kind of fooled people into thinking that they had support, and
Right.
they didn't. But
Yes.
but they also didn't have their guns. They didn't have their weapons.
Yeah,
Um,
there's no way that this is only because, and the only reason I say that is 100% what you just said. And if they don't have our guns, they
yeah.
don't have, and this is a different story because I mean, it, I was just telling, we were talking the other night, and I was reminding Cindy that in the Revolutionary War, only a third of the people took part in the actual fight.
Three
It was like, wasn't it 30%?
3%. 3%. The 3%ers of the population fought against the
Yeah, but I
English.
think 30% supported it. 30% were kind of like
For it. Were
didn't
for it.
care. Some, and 30% were against it. Roughly broken down. But yeah, 3% of the population actually went to war.
Yeah.
That's incredible, isn't it?
And defeated the greatest military in the history of the world.
The undefeated champ.
The undefeated champ. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
yeah,
pretty cool.
yeah, it was amazing, right? So yeah, good stuff. Where did you go from here?
All right. So we got to 44, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we go back and we go to 849 again, our original starting point,
Uh-huh.
and we go blue numbers.
Excuse me. Okay. You doing the mirrored 323, or are you going 563?
I did 563 and then 238 on the top, and I did 563 and 201. And I did them that way just to check them out. But if you look at, there's another reference. If you look down below the picture itself, see the watch the water Q, and then in the white numbers, it's 562. That kind of gave me an idea that it was a 3-digit comm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, 562, 563.
It kind of continued, and so we got to go to 562.
And you said 238, and then
201. So the first path I took us down was the timestamp differential, which has been the way to go lately.
Yeah, it's been clicking.
Yeah, it's been very, very clear. Like this all made sense all the way down. It talked about Clinton, it talked about the Muslim Brotherhood, it talked about North Korea, but it connected them all.
Yeah.
So on this, we go 563, 238, 201, and then I'm going to add. I didn't do these, Dave, to be honest, because usually these numbers in blue up here are reflected in the white. They're not always changed like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do 562, 875, and 986. And then I'll have to add them in the bottom as mirrors. So that'll be 265, 578, and 689. Okay. Well, that's only adding 6 drops. That's no biggie. But the original 3 I went to were 563, 238, and 201.
Okay.
And you'll notice really quickly here.
Why are we here, Todd? Confirmation of 44 too.
Well, that's what I was going to point out immediately before I even read it. Was I saw 44 again, and I was like, well, crap, that's a big one.
And that's you're going down the right path.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of gives you a little sense that, when there's almost 5,000 drops and you keep referring to the same one.
Right.
It's like this watch the water, it's been 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get you, Q. We're with you.
Yeah, and by the way, because not everybody would have been there Tuesday or I'm sorry, Monday, because we wouldn't have been there Monday if you didn't mirror.
No, that was a suggestion last week. That was a heavy suggestion when somebody said, it was either Pompeo or Scavino, basically told you had to mirror.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot more work for me because
yeah. It's showing up a lot.
If I go 30 posts deep, I've got to mirror 30 posts.
Yeah.
So it doubles your work.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's great.
So why are we here? Why are we providing crumbs? That's another one. Take it away. Why don't you walk us through?
All right. Yeah, this is kind of listen. Merrick Garland was in front of Congress because of what today?
Because of the CRT and the going after the parents.
But he issued a what?
Oh, memo. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's your crumb. That ties it. So it says, okay, you're right there. Remember, you just watched a whole. I watched about an hour and a half of it, and it was all about a memo.
And by the way, building the army is our army of the parents going to these school board meetings.
Yep.
Not convinced this is spreading. Look at all those videos that we saw of those meetings. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, just forgot how to play. Together you are strong. Apart you are weak. Dude, this is spot on.
Isn't it?
This is fucking spot on. 563. Go ahead. They want you divided. Go ahead.
They want you divided. They want race wars, which is CRT.
Unbelievable.
They want class wars, which is rich versus poor, which is now you can see the rich coming. I consider them the rich because they've stolen so much money that now they want to peek in your bank account and see what your $600 is doing. They want to, if anybody that believes Biden wants to put $80 billion into the IRS and they're not going to come after us is smoking like with Hunter.
Yeah.
They're on the crack pipe.
Yeah.
They want class wars. They want religious wars. Look at what they're doing to religion, man. It's so bad. We talked about the Canadian priest that that came to the United States and talked about what was going on in Canada, how they were oppressing him. He goes back, and then on the tarmac they arrest him. Throw him down on the ground. It's just unbelievable. I've never seen religion so attacked in my life.
And how about the fact that they're attacking religious exemption to vaccines too?
Right. You have to take fetal tissue even when you don't want it. Your religion says so.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
They want political wars. They want
you
divided.
And even if you don't have the there's not. My understanding is that there's not any fetal tissue or fetal cell lines in the COVID vaccines. There just wasn't enough space for them with all the graphene oxide.
Well, Vegano believed there was.
But they're made with them. Like, in other words, the process of making them uses this. But maybe Vegano knows something we don't. But
that's the only source I'm actually getting that. Other people have made references to it.
Yeah.
And that's why they said that they wanted their religious exemption. But, you know, I can't confirm or deny, you know, I can't confirm or deny the graphene oxide even.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not the one looking at the or the microscope, and you know, I'd like to be able to do it. I'll tell you that. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm just saying I can't confirm it. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how much disinformation exists. I
Mhm.
mean, honestly, there's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Catherine Austin Fitz got some good stuff. The financial system they're planning for us all, it has to do with the hydrogel, which I was reporting on, you know, way back when. And that's what is in the graphene oxide. Like that's, and we got to watch that video of Stu with that other doctor. Christy, did you put that in the notes? Because I didn't see it. That was huge. Yeah, this is more important than you can imagine.
Yeah, staying together. And that's why you don't want to, that's why I quit fighting with people that wanted to fight with me.
Yeah.
You know, it says fight, fight, fight. You know what I mean? But that's like stick to your guns and stick to your truth and give out facts and information. It's not about battling to be right. It's not about taking out your competition or, you know, if you and your neighbor disagree on politics, it's not about you guys, you know, it's not about you guys butting heads all the time. And I think that if we just drop crumbs kind of like Q does, you know,
yeah.
That, and I suggested this early on in the spring. I think I was talking about when I started posting about like MRC5,
right?
And I acted stupid, and I said, "Gosh, I'm doing some research on this thing that is in vaccines that it's called MRC5, and I need some help finding out what this is all about." And I knew the first 5 things that you DuckDuckGo or Google all talked about aborted fetal cell lines.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like you got to be an attorney. You don't ask questions you don't know the answers to.
Right. And that's what Q and Trump always do. And and what I was saying earlier about, you know, ask some questions to your loved ones. Don't even necessarily wait for the answer. Just drop a question like, wow, I wonder what's going on with, you know, why is this jab having so many side effects on the VAERS system? What the heck's going on there? You know, and just get them almost like you're on the same team trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, you don't want to, even though, you know, we may be, but you don't want to portray yourself in a certain light.
Yeah.
You want to be understanding in it and
Right.
actually listen to their explanation before you tear it up.
Right.
And it's not even tear it up. You know, you don't have to do it in a mean way. You can just say, "Hey, don't you have a question about this?"
Yeah. And also just the, you know, just our ego wants us to dominate the other person too. But if we took our ego out of it and we just allow the other person to actually think for a change, that could be very powerful.
Well, especially after all the stuff that we've gone through to get to this point, because, you
Yeah.
know, we were all the crazy people. We're the ones that, you know, you know, they were doing gain of function research in the Wuhan lab, and Fauci funded it, and blah blah blah, and we were conspiracy theorists, weren't we? Oh, that's crazy. That he would never do that. Fauci's the guy that cured AIDS. You know, he did
Yeah.
all the HIV research.
Jeez, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I'm beginning to think maybe Fauci will be the first arrest. He's getting hot on the griddle, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, after the Collins left, right?
I mean, doesn't it look like he got thrown under the bus by the NIH?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, well, wait a minute. That only means one thing, that he lied to Congress, and he's got to be arrested.
And they're hitting the eject button and separating themselves. The institution, the NIH, separated themselves by saying that.
Yeah.
They're not standing behind their man anymore.
Yeah. They basically threw him under the bus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the whole thing is, the mainstream media is not going to run with that narrative. So the only thing that the mainstream media couldn't cover up is the actual physical arrest of that bastard that started all this.
Yeah. Yeah. That would shock the world. That would immediately send a message that this was a scam.
Yeah.
Think about that.
And
That
they killed
would
5 million people.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a United States senator that in May told the world that he lied about gain of function research.
Yep. And now the NIH is back is siding with Jordan.
And Fauci called him a liar.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now the institution itself threw him under the bus, and we'll see. Maybe the the media's got to they got to pick a side here soon, because they got to see their side crumbling. And I wouldn't want to go to prison for the rest of my life because my job told me so.
Right. Right. It's they're already going away, right? It's just a matter of time. But if you're on the wrong side of history, Todd, and that the end is near, wouldn't you try to say, you know what? We screwed up. I screwed up. I was part of the problem. I apologize. You would literally go down in history as a whistleblower, even though you're a piece of shit, that got involved in a lot of this stuff.
Well, think about this, Dave. Trump reinstated the death penalty.
Yes.
Do you think that didn't get noticed by these people?
Exactly. Yeah.
And for a guy that's undone just about everything that Trump has put in place, Biden didn't take that off the table.
Yeah.
Do you find that a little funny?
Yeah. I mean, which goes to show that, he's not in control, because that would be the first thing. Todd, if you set up the death penalty and you were the president before me, and I committed acts that would get me the death penalty, the first thing I'd do is sit up there and I'd say, I'm proud to sign this executive order, just to care for the sanctity of life, right? And so he hasn't done that. He hasn't done that.
No, if you're doing a crime, Dave, and that there's a chance that if you get into power and you could undo the ultimate punishment for that crime, that you could be brought up for, wouldn't you soften the blow a little bit? Hey, treason is now punishable by a 10-year sentence, and that's it.
But by mowing 10 lawns.
But the mower,
it's like, hey, you're kind of going soft on him, aren't you? I'm like, hey, man, I love the smell of clean cut grass. What can I say?
But it's got to be an electric mower, though, Dave. It can't be a gas-powered mower.
Yeah.
Remember, those are going to be banned here,
dude. So,
okay, that was 563. That also led to 44.
Yeah.
And now we go to 238, Dave.
238. Sidley Austin, happy hunting. And this is Sidley Austin, Todd. This is basically, let me take care of this. Hold on. This is Sidley.com, a law firm.
I wonder if they do business with Perkins Coie.
Yeah.
Because that would be the immediate tie that I would think, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Sidley Austin Industries, I saw down below. What are they involved in?
Let me see. Here we go. Agribusiness and food, antitrust competition, automotive and mobility, aviation and airlines, banking and financial services, mergers and acquisitions, real estate, healthcare, global finance, food, drug, and medical device regulatory, food, drug, and medical device compliance and enforcement. I don't know, like getting an FDA or emergency use authorization pushed through. Energy.
They got their tentacles and everything. Does it say,
Yeah.
Is that a privately held company or is that public? Do you know?
Let me make sure, because I'm not seeing Sidley Austin, LLP, talent teamwork results. Wait a minute. Sidley secures trial victory on behalf of Cytodyne, Inc. in the Delaware Court of Chancery. Cytodyne. Dude, it sounds like Terminator stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like it's right out of it. Like, we must protect Cytodyne.
Yeah. Initiating a pivotal change in HIV treatment. You were just talking about Fauci.
Yep.
Wow. Precision medicine, more specificity, less side effects. The CCR5 receptor has been implicated in multiple disease processes from HIV, GVHD, NASH, stroke recovery.
Look at that picture, Dave.
Dude, that's like COVID.
Oh my God.
Multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's to metastatic cancer. Subcutaneous injection.
So it is the evil empire.
Dude, yeah. So that's the thing that popped up.
Is that a private company or is that publicly traded? I mean, it'd be interesting to know who is involved in that money-wise. Follow the money, Dave.
I think that let me see if it should have
the financial.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it would be it would say it if it right away, like if it was
right, it'd give it its ticker symbol.
Ticker. Yeah, so it's got to be private, I mean.
Oh, good. They have diversity and inclusion. Thank you, God.
Yeah, absolutely. That's important. LGBTQ plus initiatives.
Plus?
Yeah, that's like anything else, I think.
LGBTQ plus.
Yeah, Q plus.
I've seen that before and thought about that, and I was like, huh.
Yeah.
Remember the dive we were on Monday? It had the plus and then
Yes.
Q signed off, and it was a Q plus.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is Sidley, Austin, and guys, dig into Sidley, Austin, please, and let's get to the bottom. What's going on there?
It doesn't have a financial disclosure there, huh?
No.
Wonder why.
There's just when I pull it up, there's just a shot of a washing machine. Okay.
Clinton Foundation, Gates, Microsoft.
Right. But they're in Europe, Asia Pacific. You know,
and I still don't know what they do.
I think they're a law firm, but it is very it's very hard to tell. Pro bono service.
You gotta love any website that uses masked people on it, because they're really conscious of their they're so they don't infect other people, those dirty people.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Our pro bono work has influenced the legality of Americans to live freely and proudly. Hold on. And protected the constitutional rights of prisoners, including the rights of inmates on death row, saved the lives of immigrants who fled their home country seeking religious freedom, and lifted up women trying to make a better life for themselves and their families by starting businesses in developing countries. Wonder if they're involved in the immigrants who are fleeing their countries now.
You mean like traffickers?
Yeah. What a great political asylum and immigrants' rights protection.
And maybe going and giving.
Excuse me. Provides legal services to asylum-seeking immigrants and refugees fleeing persecution abroad.
Wonder if we ought to see if maybe Katie needs a call. Hey, Katie.
Kelly.
Oh, I can't. It's so small on my screen, I can't see it.
Yeah. Maybe give Kelly a call. Find out what's up.
Hey, they got a number there.
Yeah, 312. She's in Chicago, right? There we go.
Wow, it's 3:12. You've been on for 3 hours and 12 on this stream. I just looked up at it. It was 3:12:00.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Nothing's coincidence.
All right, I think we need to give Kelly a call. Not tonight. Might wake her. But she's doing pro bono work. Yeah.
Maybe we look into her and see like what her, she probably went to Harvard and did a little stint at Oxford and maybe even hit Yale.
Right. Man.
Wonder if we can. Yeah. There's been a lot of dives I was meaning to do. I've been meaning to do a dive on Panorama.
Right. Let's see. Pro bono counsel at Sidley, Austin. So, an Exelon Corporation is their partner.
Oh, is that the nuclear power plant company? Isn't that what it is? Isn't that a power company?
Yeah. Yep. Nuclear retirements are a major setback in carbon fight. Huh. Reducing carbon emissions. This is a huge, climate change
Yep.
issue.
Right with the Sierra Club.
Yeah, right? That's our major partner. Wow. Okay.
All right.
All right.
That can be done at a later date. Let's
Yeah.
move on. I got more stuff than that.
201.
Yep. My computer went to sleep already. It's so tired. It was waiting to get on. It got tired.
November 22nd, 2017. Clown Front, question mark. Sounds like Sidley Austin. But Clown Front.
Yep.
1505 55 555.
See, on those, I would turn them into the 3 letters because I don't think he would do the 05 part for 5.
Right.
Although it might, I just kind of punched those in, but it seems like, 3-digit codes there make it. But if you have a remainder of 0, then you're wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like on the 150523420, if you end up where you got that 0 hanging, you're probably off base.
Right. Also, we've got a let's see, a 1 minute 40-second differential.
That's what I did. I didn't do any of the blues because I figured that was going down another. Since I knew I was going to mirror them, I couldn't do 3 in each and then mirror them all because it just gets too long. So I went to 140.
Excuse me. November 11th, 2017. Can you see that all right?
Yeah, I got it up on mine.
Okay. You want to take it away?
Yep. It says wealth over generations buys power. We were just talking about a power company. Huh.
Yeah.
Power over generations, and you generate power. Huh.
Nice.
Power over generations buys more wealth and control. More wealth control buys countries and its people.
Families. We were just talking about people.
Yeah. Families combined, tri equals NWO. Inner tri families will collapse. What is the keystone? See, that reference was in my mind. We didn't have a show yesterday, but Biden was in the Keystone State yesterday.
Yes.
And he was in the Keystone State when Kelly Marie, our friend on Facebook, posted a video of someone that had a very large escort going to the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., including 3 helicopters, 8 motorcycle police officers, and probably a dozen black SUVs.
Really?
And they went in the back door
of the Capitol or the
Capitol.
The Capitol. Yeah.
Yeah, she caught it. I posted it on my Facebook. If you guys want to see it, it's there. And she's freaking out, and she's saying, I don't know what's happening here. She was shaking. She was very excited, and the important thing to figure out there was that that wasn't Biden, and that was more than a presidential type. There it is, right there, Dave.
Okay, guys,
I think this boots on the ground stuff is important to pay attention.
This line right here. Okay. I knew to come over here. I knew it. Come on. Hear that? I heard him coming down the avenue. I had to circle back around because I saw him and they weren't leaving, and I was like, okay. Oh my gosh, perfect freaking timing, Cal. Look at this. Yeah, I'd say something's here, huh? Oh my gosh, my heart. Oh.
Somebody got one of these a while ago, like this.
This is from yesterday.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, it was posted when she did it. I mean, she did multiple ones yesterday, and this was the one that she made her way to the Capitol. So yeah, it's when I got it, it was
And
like,
who is this?
This is Kelly Marie.
Awesome.
Look at the helicopters.
Yep.
Now watch, you'll see this SUV go in the back.
What in the world is going on here today? Holy shit. Man. That's why my energy level's so damn high. I knew it. Holy shit, there's one. There's another. There's a third coming in behind it. Oh, good grief. And I don't have to leave that early today, too. So I can hang out.
Did she speculate as to what's going on?
There's the person comes in here, Dave. It's not a very long video. It's only got a few more. It's got like 4 more minutes. But you'll see the motor. You'll see the actual black SUV with the flags on it come in here, and it'll go in the back.
I'm not crazy about it either. My eyes changed color this morning too, so.
Then you'll see the SUV with the flags on it that they're all protecting actually pulls right in front of her. But I couldn't get a shot of who was in it. But only the president gets that kind of. You don't put helicopters up there for Kamala.
Right.
I tell you what,
there had to be a dozen motorcycle cops.
And then go back and look at your video.
Yeah.
Or try to hold your arms up steady. Get up here and do it yourself. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not sorry.
Look at all those cops.
Yeah.
What is going 3 of the babies?
And then they're going back the other way. Here they are. Here they're starting up.
And yeah, they'll pull right through, right in front of you. Look at that. I mean, they've got an armada with them.
Whoa, what's up? Whoa, come on, wait a minute.
Wow.
She'll get where it's stable. She runs down here and she puts the video camera on like something that stabilizes it, and you'll see them drive right by.
I love you. I love you guys so much. Trouble is my middle name. Where'd they go? Yep, they are getting ready. Okay.
Here they go.
Here they come.
Okay, we're going on the sand.
I'm getting nauseous.
Get ready to go.
Yeah, I had to look away.
God, I think I'm gonna have a fit.
But here, you'll see it when the one SUV, the black SUV, has the flags on it, and
yeah.
I couldn't see if it was a presidential seal.
Everybody's gonna get seasick.
This was yesterday afternoon at the same time that Biden was in the Keystone State, lying his ass off.
Okay.
Very interesting.
So that wasn't Joe.
Very interesting.
Wow. So
We're gonna point it right there, because if I'm right, he's going to be coming out from under the stairs.
They pull right up and go right in front of her.
What flag is
Here it is.
I love you guys.
See the flags on it?
Yeah.
The biggest freaking dork there is in the world because I am the biggest dork there is in the world.
That's like an SUV.
And there's another one.
Who was that?
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh, did you see that? Oh.
I don't know of anybody else that gets that kind of protection, Dave.
No.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I don't
I mean, we have to speculate at some point what we're seeing.
This was today?
This was yesterday when
Okay.
Biden was telling his good old boy stories about his grandpappy, putting him on his knee and saying,
Right.
Joey, Joey, you got to do this. This is your life lesson. You got to cheat everybody as much as you can. You got to have a crackhead son. So his paintings, so he can afford his habit and all your bad habits.
Yeah.
You got to get in with the Ukraine. You got to go to China and get as much money as you can and become one of his puppets.
Sorry.
That's how you do it, Joey.
Like my thoughts, guys. All right, I'm shut down.
Wow. That's powerful.
It's a coffin. I like that.
Yeah. That's wild, dude.
Yeah. I figured you saw it.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think about we had Clinton in the hospital and now we got the Queen in the hospital.
Aw, is Our Lady the Queen in the hospital?
I think she's out. Do you attack and remove Queen mid to end? Is the game being played public or private? Do emotions affect critical thinking?
Well, we just did that special little thing last week on the Queen where when I showed that video of her and then they had that other person on the stretcher being pulled out.
Right.
Wasn't that a sweet video?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, another peasant passed away.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a really good picture of her. She's cute.
Yeah, so that's wild. 18 school board associations have now distanced themselves from the National School Boards Association.
Illinois hasn't joined that fight yet, Dave. I can't believe that.
I know, right? Rainbow says, thank God for my Facebook peoples. We may not be in-person friends, but I feel so much love and kindness from my Facebook family. Thank you all for helping me not feel so alone in the world when you realize you have no friends. We love you, Rainbow. She's going to take some time off till the holidays from social media. So love you, girl. You're fabulous.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that too, Dave. How's that sound? I'll see you I'll go till the new year.
Dude, I'll next thing you know, I'll start doing the dives and it'll be like go to the swimming pool or it'll be like
yeah. We'll circle back to where this all started. It'll end up with you walking on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's year 4 of our diving and we're still confident. It's year 8. It's year 12. We're still confident.
Yeah.
It's Joe's 3rd term, but we'll be back.
Yeah, exactly. Jazz says the universe isolates you so you can find your soul's purpose. It may seem like you've lost friendships and relationships, but finding your path, passion, and purpose in life is worth more. From where your soul is, there you will find your treasure. For where your soul is, there you will find your treasure. That's beautiful.
Is that like Steve Martin and the Jerk finding out what his special purpose was for?
That was a PG-13 purpose. I think. I don't even know what that means. I'm just exhausted.
Well,
All right,
hell,
let's get through
if you
this.
didn't wait till 11:30 to get
I
the
know.
flag showing.
Shit. I know. All right, let's get to the keep going.
Okay, so where did we go? Where we were at 140. We hadn't even read 140. It's a long one. We hadn't got all the way through it.
Yeah, you started with wealth over generation and generation.
Yep, we went to the
Keystone.
Keystone, and
Yeah.
that was it. Then it picks up and says, "Return to Saudi Arabia." Where were we just last post?
Yeah.
Strings cut, plus, puppets, plus in the shadows. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subset sect of power brokers. Power brokers are also labeled as puppets, servants. That would be Joe. What is the New World Order? Why did POTUS receive a sword dance when visiting Saudi Arabia? What does this mean culturally? Why is this relevant?
Mm-hmm.
What occurred in Saudi Arabia? How did POTUS remove one side of the pyramid? What did POTUS receive while visiting China? Oh, what did he receive? He got to dine in the Forbidden City, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's forbidden. And he got to go there.
Mm-hmm.
That means something.
Hold on. No, it's not forbidden, Todd. It's for Biden.
Oh, yeah. I'll bet they'll let him in. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the NWO? Huh. Did you notice, Dave,
doesn't
that
stand for which Q has said doesn't stand for New World Order. It's Nazi World Order.
Putin is not going to the upcoming G20 event?
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
What was his reasoning?
And he also made a comment that I read today that was interesting. He said, "I'm not going to condone any country or government that teaches their kids that it's okay to be the other sex just because they want to." Something like that, along those lines.
Nice.
So, and if you look back at Putin's actions, he got rid of the central banking system there. I think he's ahead of us.
Interesting. Okay.
So we'll go back to, let's see. Where did POTUS dine? What is its significance? What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the new NWO? Who controls North Korea? Who really controls North Korea? Who controls several agencies within the US, EU, and abroad? Why is no such agency so vital? Enormous scale of events currently going on. Why is Russia helping to kill ISIS? This is not easy to accept nor believe. And that's that Putin's actually an ally. Crumbs make bread, operations active, joint missions underway, the world is fighting back, refer back to the graphic. Jim Jordan said today, The Great Awakening. Snow White, Iron Eagle, Jason Bourne, 2016, Dream, CIA. Cute.
Wow.
So much there.
Yeah.
I mean, and we've read this, but we have to look at it at each time we read it, we have to be in a different timeline.
Yeah.
Like,
and by the way, that's the second 1133 I've seen pop up.
Oh, there's a bunch.
Yeah. Number 17, Q. Wait a minute. Do I still have it on me? Sorry, guys. There we go. Yeah, 17Q. That's the 1133 from the timestamps. That's the second one I've seen today.
Yeah, and 17 will be where I finish.
Right, exactly.
But I get there, we get back there, Dave. 17, when I get to drop 17,
yeah,
that takes you to 1133, I believe. Oh, it's 1137. Okay. But that's it's incredible. Okay, 140, and then that's when Jim Jordan talks about I made a note of it that Jim Jordan said the Great Awakening today. I was like, oh my God,
cool.
They're speaking Q now. So then from 140, I've got 21. Where did I get that? Oh, 201. Oh, okay. I started mirroring there. I see what I did.
Okay.
And then if you look at 140, Dave,
yeah,
you see the 636 and 44. Look at that.
Yeah.
We were at 636
wow, we were just at
and we were at 44.
Yes.
On the other dive, Dave, on the other
Yeah.
side, when we went straight down, we went to 636 and 44. They confirmed it in
Wow.
140.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, so let's go to 14. Let's go to 1490 and then 14 and 90. Because those are going to be big.
$14.90, 14 and 90.
Yep. Oh my God, I got booted off the internet. How does this happen?
Ah, dude, I've been.
My internet shut off.
Really?
Come on. This happens all the time, Dave. You wouldn't even believe it. Especially when I get excited about something, I'm like, oh my God. And then I hit the button and it doesn't do anything.
Well, how about you and I trying to have a conversation before the show?
Dude, it happens all the time on mine.
It's insane. Same here. I mean, I can't even get my, don't get me started. They're messing with us.
Oh yeah.
All right. So we're at I don't know how I got to 90. Yeah, that was 1490. That's
it was
right.
1490 and then 14 and 90. Yeah. I didn't know which way to go.
So 90 is okay. We just need Q to come back and confirm now. Confirm classified HRC.
There we are back to HRC.
Yeah.
And we got a timestamp differential there we might want to look at real quick.
1 minute 18.
You got less stuff pulled up, so I'm going to let you do that because I don't even know how many.
Oh, I have a separate screen for this.
Good.
Did you say 1018? What did we do?
You did the math.
Let's see. What
was that on 90?
It should just be 118.
90.
118 without the 0.
Yep.
118. What family was permitted? Dude, we were just here. Osama bin Laden.
Yep.
Was permitted to leave immediately after 9/11. Who authorized the departure? Why is this relevant? Why is anyone else permitted to leave? Who did authorize that? Was that a Cheney thing or Bush thing?
I never did get that. I never knew that information. A lot of that, I don't know the airport that he left from.
Yeah. Why is this relevant? Was anyone else permitted to leave? Repeat, was anyone else permitted to leave? Was it a private plane? What can private planes carry versus commercial? What airport did they depart from? Who was carried on a private plane to Iran? What was carried on a private plane to Iran? I don't know. Cash. Why was bin Laden family here during 9/11? Coincidence? How does Saudi Arabia connect to the bin Laden family? Who in Saudi Arabia is connected specifically to the bin Laden family? What did they deliver? To who? Why? What does money buy? Were the events in Saudi Arabia relevant to the above? Why are the events? Who is a financial backer for human trafficking? Who is a broker for underage sex? Think Saudi Arabia.
It was that leader that we just looked into.
Yeah. Yes.
The old dude that gave Trump the sword dance, but had to step aside.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Any connected to the Podesta group? That goes right back to the original picture that we started with.
Oh yes, exactly. Tony Podesta was in that
Yep.
picture. Wow. Okay. Any connected to the Podesta group? Why is this relevant? Wow. How does Facebook and Instagram play a role in the capture? Who's a broker for underage sex?
Well, we know they allow that on their platform.
Yeah, Facebook absolutely does.
And and wouldn't you say that something could possibly be going down pretty quickly so that everybody has a place to migrate once the word comes out? It doesn't matter if we're Republican, Democrat, whatever, black, white, Jewish, Christian. Everyone's going to be behind this. They got to end the human trafficking and the desecration of children and all the stuff that they do. That's going to be that's going to unite everyone against them.
Yes,
and I think that's why we saw.
That's what needs to happen.
Well, that's why we saw them, capitulate to Trump as he went around the world quickly in his first few months of office, was because he had all that when he went and showed the Vatican. He goes, and the Pope didn't want to submit to him at first, but he waited overnight, and then isn't that where he supposedly had all those documents? This is speculation, but there's a reason why all of these countries capitulated, and it wasn't because they liked Trump.
Right.
He had
no choice. He had the military.
He had the goods on him too.
Yeah.
He was going to fry him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so they're playing their parts right now. I believe it. I believe a lot of these people are playing their parts right now because none of this makes sense.
Yeah. Well, 90 says, okay, we just need Q to come back and confirm now. Confirm classified HRC. I mean, that takes us to Huma and HRC, the book tour here in the next coming week.
Yeah. Very quickly.
What were the biggest mirrors? Also, remember this day, 562.
Let me take a quick look. I've got them all pulled up, but
Okay.
they're when you have a lot pulled up, it's sometimes hard to find them.
I know.
I'll buzz around.
I know.
Let me just look real quick.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
It's almost hard to say. Did you go to 948?
I went to wait a minute.
948 is the first mirror.
I did not do 948. No.
Yeah, that's I think this is where they're going to start talking about possibly, going to the darkness.
Extreme efforts to kill login devices, extreme efforts to censor, extreme efforts, dead count, bounce, enjoy the show, bring the rain.
And we've heard make it rain. So there's that. Then 423 is just a simple test 3.
Yep.
There's still more digging to do on that. 365 is pretty good. It's talking about markers and news unlocking the map and
365. Okay. Flash break. Shall we play a game? Map is critical to understand. Future unlocks past. Declass Atlanta past. News unlocks map. Find the markers. 10 by 10. Concourse.
Private operated plane.
Yeah. Atlanta to.
Where's IAD?
IAD, I think is that Newark?
Yeah, it talks about
Washington Dulles.
extraction, known darkness, learn double meanings, shut down.
Wow.
POTUS 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 5. Special place. Oh, special place.
Soros.
That refers to Soros. Yes, we have
Yeah.
a special place. Oh, and look at that, Dave. The Great Awakening is in quotation marks.
Whoa, dude.
That
Wow.
was Jim Jordan. Coincidence or message? The Great Awakening.
Wow.
That was Jim Jordan, our bulldog today, saying the Great Awakening. And that's in quotes.
That's amazing.
POTUS today, unlock. Class Op IAD Future. How about a nice game of chess? I just did that in that same stupid voice I just did. I did that like on Monday, I think. We hit another how about a nice game of chess?
And you did it tonight earlier.
Oh,
and it's not getting any better.
I'll have to work on that, but I'm tired.
Me too.
Splash. Oh, Daryl Hannah. Huh. Splash. No.
What's Fox 3?
You know what I think that was? You know what comes to mind when I think of that, Dave? Independence Day. When what's his name is shooting the missiles, the old pilot that saves the world.
Randy Quaid.
I think he misses like the first 2 or 3, or he's Fox 1, Fox 2, and then is he actually Fox 3 where he runs the plane up into it? Isn't that how he takes down
he goes up into the alien ship.
So
and commits suicide basically.
Right. And he brings down the ship.
Yeah.
So is there a common character between Splash and Independence Day?
I'm
trying to think.
I don't think so.
Wonder what the connection there is, because that's pretty crazy. I never thought of it that way before, but Splash, I just thought Daryl Hannah, and that was oh God.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah, that was our buddy.
And John Candy.
Yep.
And yeah, so where did you go? What else did you mirror?
Let's see.
Let's bring this home for the benefit of us both.
365, 832. Oh, wow. There was a demonstration in front of the White House, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was in the Capitol. Did they do something in front of the White House?
Yeah, I think they did. Either it was yesterday or today. There was wasn't there indigenous people protest or something? I don't know. It might have been over the weekend.
Yeah, that was over the weekend, I think. That was
there's almost daily protests in front of the White House of some sort. So it's really a demonstration was made today in front of the White House. It showed they can control innocence. It was a direct threat. This is not a game. The mainstream media is creating emotional conflict. This destabilizes certain minds to become susceptible to outside control. What you see is 2%. The war is real. These people are sick. Watch the news this week.
Huh.
So
war is real. Watch the news this week. What you see is 2%. That should just goes to show you how much is going on behind the scenes.
Yep. And then 102 is just coordinates, but it does go to green, which we saw the red and green.
Yeah. Yeah. 102 is code and latitude and longitude. Time.
Oh, you also see our original post that we're looking at. We see green behind the ocean is green and turbulent behind the original post, and then you have yellow sky on the right.
Right.
So from there, I went to 12 because I dropped the 0.
What do you think about? All right. So
this is a good delta coming up too. It's like around Halloween.
Well, dude, I did the deltas earlier, and we've got on the very interesting delta for today. There's the cross out of Ray and Haspel saying non-CIA background next. And then these two that supposedly were, I don't know if they were taken out or possible, replacements. Booms en route tomorrow. This is not a drill.
Yeah, that was what I picked up.
Yeah.
Because tomorrow's a Friday.
Yep. Here's Ghislaine and what's his face, Epstein. The swamp runs deep. Sleepers everywhere. Think coats, wheels in motion. Raise a sleeper future marker. Okay. A deep, dark world is being exposed. The truth won't be for everyone. Have faith in humanity. Inappropriate, sick to you, normal to them, dark secrets. This was Joe Biden kissing his granddaughter on the lips.
Yeah.
This is Anderson Cooper with his mother, Gloria Vanderbilt, and the human sacrifice. This is Patton Oswalt, seemingly with a little girl at Common Ping Pong, but I think that's his family. And this is Bill Maher production company, Kid Love Productions. So they're not even hiding it.
Nope.
This is Epstein Island. This is the temple on Epstein Island. Apple News told us it was just a gym inside of a temple.
With a bed.
Yeah. So many people refuse still to admit the evils in the world. They're going to need to see a lot more. Freedom of information, truth equals end. Truth. Maybe that's Trump's truth.
Yeah, I caught that too. I actually wrote that down on one of these first pages because I did these earlier, but I think this was more significant because it immediately went right back to our drops that we did the last 2 days,
Yep.
Whenever I get this, I've never gotten that, there's the Great Awakening again. And that's the quote. Jim Jordan quoted it. I tried to catch it, but I never did catch that clip.
Well, this is the Great Awakening, and then sometimes you can't tell the people the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against children unite all humanity, cross party lines.
Yep, just talked about it.
Truths. Yep. And then you didn't think we highlighted Epstein for no reason, did you? Those who were once protected are no longer. Timing is everything.
Hunters become the prey. So, hunter? Well, then if you go to 12 and 17, then I'm pretty much done with this drop, this
12
dive.
and 17?
Yeah. And then, like, when you punch in 17, 137 is going to come up, and you'll see why that's pretty significant, too. So
Okay.
just do 12 and 17.
Okay, go ahead. 17. This is Obama traveling in front of POTUS.
Yeah. Why does Obama travel in advance of POTUS to foreign locations? Why is this relevant? Did any one of you guys out there think it was really weird that he did that? I knew
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
something was up.
Yeah.
Why is this relevant? Usually the ex POTUS just walks off into the sunset, you know?
Yeah.
Focus
Exactly.
on-
Gets out of the way.
Yeah, focus on power of POTUS as it relates to the Marines. How can military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? Biggest drop on posts online. Above is the reason why the shills are sliding. In case you didn't know, shills log and send new info back to ASF for instruction. They use a 5-prong prepackaged injection. One post auto generates 4 more at a random designated time. Common drive of posts they all tap into. Since they misjudged the influence of the mainstream media, they are aggressively looking to censor throughout major platforms in exchange for CIA slush funds and worldwide access for expansion of said networks. Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for.
Yep.
And then we'll go to 12. And this is October 30th coming up, Delta.
Yeah.
2017. Military intelligence reference above is the absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Now think about why Antifa plays right into the plan. Always ahead, good guys are winning. And then you pick up 1137 through the 17 randomly generates it.
Right. Right.
Or no, what it's no, it's not 11. It's 1137.
Yeah.
And I didn't do the timestamp differentials there, and we're kind of out of gas, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish up with that. And it says I posted this at the end of the last thread. I asked Q yesterday for the 17 confirmation. I was out earlier, saw Q's post about the Q being 17. I did not have my graphics with me to reply. Keck. I asked Q to confirm the 17 yesterday. A few Anons gave me crap, was saying the 17 was for the year 2017 when those teams won. Confirmation was asked for and received. Keck. If anyone wants this graphic, or go to links and make one. I was also one of the Anons that asked Q to have Trump tweet "Wonderful Day" last November. Keck. And then it says the next one's Facebook, Building 8, China. Q. And then he comes back and says, Q, can you double confirm the 17 was regarding the jerseys when I asked you yesterday for confirmation? Anons are bringing up every other 17 under the sun. Keck. And then Q responds, Alan, welcome aboard. Plane 17. Q.
Did we decide that that's not the right spelling for Alan Perot?
I thought it was, but I can't remember. I can't remember offhand. We did look at it, and I can't remember if we came up with it was or wasn't it, to tell you the truth. But that Facebook Building 8 China, most people don't really know much about that. Wasn't that where they had the fire? I thought there was a fire in Building 8 in China.
Inside Building 8, Facebook's secret innovation weapon. when neuroscientists, robotics experts, and social media behemoths join forces, that's Facebook's Building 8.
And look at the hands.
That's creepy, dude.
The robot in the hand of the human.
Yeah. Robot companions, a new breed of social machines. Infographic. This is what the jab is all about. Huh. Yeah, this is so Building 8 with all the, Facebook's so dirty, man.
Yeah, and the only reason we stay on it is because we're told to stay on the battlefield.
Yeah. Regina Dugan started it, turned in a costly failure for Facebook, and Dugan was gone in less than 2 years.
I still thought there was a fire there, Dave. It just, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a fire.
God, it's almost 2:00 in the morning here.
December 2018, just 2.5 years after its inception, Building 8 was stripped apart with the core of the group becoming Portal. That product, the only gadget launched publicly by Building 8, is a video calling device that's failed thus far to gain traction in a highly competitive market. Okay, so yeah, let's call it, brother. I'm dozing.
Hold on. I think I might have found something here.
Oh, by the way, I think no show tomorrow, guys, because I am trying to go to Vegas tomorrow for the 7K event on Saturday. There's also a big Patriot thing in Vegas that I don't know if I'm going to get to, but it's going to be some people in town. So, so at any rate, so no show tomorrow, and unless something changes, and
Well,
then
no show today. You mean
today? Yeah, exactly. And
don't forget, Dave, I live in the future.
We'll be back in Monday. Yeah, exactly. Future proves past, man.
All right, brother. I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta get kids up and get them ready for school.
I hear you, man.
Thank God I don't have to go to the 7:00 basketball practice before school.
Oh, really? They
Yeah,
got that?
they're co-oping with another school. I told you a little bit about that.
Oh, yeah.
They're having morning practices too, so for 45 minutes. And I was like, well, there's no way I can get them to that school and then get them to their school. And so, anyway, hey guys, hope you enjoyed the dive. I think there's some good comms in there, good stuff coming. And I think, you can't see it tying together with the 3 days in a row. I don't know what else we can do. I don't know what Pompeo can do.
Well, I'll tell you this, end on this one, brother. October 22nd, today's dives, deltas, booms en route tomorrow. This is not a drill. Cue you, magnificent bastard. Only the beginning, Padawan. They can no longer hide in the shadows. Big tech, big media, Democrat Party being exposed for all to see. That's obvious.
Yep.
And then the other one, this is not going away. Corruption at highest levels of government, DOJ, FBI, MSDNC, political elite protection struggles during bright sunny days. We were doing sunshine and sunlight today from Kaylee. Please fix the bread and tidy up the ship. That's internal comms. The 5 governors that killed the elderly. Key domestic contacts for phase 1 large projects from China. And Harris, Schumer, Klobuchar, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Cuomo, de Blasio, McAuliffe, political elite box.
Wow, McAuliffe is running for governor.
That's right. And all of these people are just so corrupt.
Horrible.
Yeah. A lot of good stuff in here. All right, dude.
That's
All
the
right.
end.
Love you, brother. We'll talk.
All right. Love you, Schnetheads.
All right. Good night, man.
Love you, Dave. See ya.
Great job. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night. So we got 1,050 in the house, guys. Thanks for hanging. Love you all. And let's say a quick Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom and power and glory, yours now and forever. Amen. All right, that does it for me, folks. Thanks for hanging. And yeah, please support our Truthcast as best you can. Thank you all. We're keeping it free. And it's important to get some basic information out. But boy, we are being shown just how absolutely ridiculous and awful all these people are. And that's what needs to happen. And that's what needed to happen with all the people that are in our lives that aren't quite awake yet. So they're helping us get awake. All right. I don't think I forgot anything other than, yeah. So love you all. I'll be safe over the weekend. Keep an eye out for tomorrow. I'll be in touch. And I love you all. Good night.